Everybody, please join. You can have a seat here. Welcome. We promise you a few very interesting talks, and this is my promise because I've seen them. I mean, at least in a PDF form. So I think it's going to be interesting. So let's come in. Let's have a seat, and we're going to start a few moments. Let's wait for probably a couple of seconds. People are still coming. So how are you? Fine. Oh, you looks good. Any news? Is everything okay? Okay. You look happy. Okay, wonderful. Again, people are coming, so let's wait for a couple of months. Before we start, just to understand the audience, please raise your hands who is a product manager, product owner, or something that makes any connection to product. Oh, that's like I think third. And others are who are technology side of product development, like team lead or developer. Can you raise your hands? Okay, wonderful. And others, who is project manager? Is there any project manager here? Don't worry, we're not gonna like hurt you in any way, so no problem. Okay, so you can raise your hand, like being proud of that. Yeah, that's wonderful. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, it's the project manager. Yeah, don't be shy. That's okay, absolutely. We're not gonna, nobody get punished. This is my promise too. Okay, thank you very much for coming. This is our first section. My name is Ashat, and I'm going to be your host for 3 talks. And I'm also from a company called Exness. And I see people not from Exness here, by the way. So do you know the company? You probably, if you've been to Limassol before, you know the company called Exness, right? It's kind of really hard to kind of skip it, especially cars. Have you seen Exness cars? It's like everywhere. When I travel, I see Exness cars everywhere. Actually, Exness is a global company. We have many offices all around the globe, but probably they're the headquarters here in Limassol. And we have more than 2,000 people already, again, all over the world, and probably more than 500 people in technology. Exness is a global company. It's multi-asset broker, actually. So probably this is Exness. And if you want to join Exness, it's again would be very great if you would do that. It's a wonderful company, free cars, excellent program for kids to learn at school for free, and that's kind of free stuff. Yeah, come and join. This is super fun. Okay, we're gonna have 3 talks today. Again, if you manage to see, Exness is a huge company, so we do create one big product, which actually can be decomposed in number of smaller products, but still it's big. So most of the talks are going to be about how to scale your product development into that kind of many teams working all together. And the first speaker is Max Adamov. He's working in Exness. Actually, he's here, and he's going to present his own journey to scaling product development in actually Exness. And probably it's going to be a lot of interesting insight. I'm 100% sure. Don't worry. So, guys, it's going to take about like 40 minutes. At the end, you can ask your questions. And okay, let's start. Please warm welcome Max Adamov. Thank you very much.
Hi, guys. We'll try to find a clicker, maybe. Guys. Don't worry, I will do it myself. Thank you. Perfect. While the presentation is starting, I can say that while I try to find this room, I saw that the arrow to technology and management house here, and personally, I was happy about it because actually, I think my presentation will be in somewhere between technology and management. Okay. I think better. Let's begin. Oh no. Could somebody help me? Sorry, morning, Cyprus, Let's try. Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. So, few words about myself. Why should you listen me and spend your best morning in Cyprus here? I have quite big experience in building product in fintech. You see, mostly in banks or other fintech companies. Actually, I started my journey a long time ago as a designer, and then I have entrepreneurship experience running my own company, building a startup, which failed, by the way. And now working as a product, focused on building products and building teams. Okay, first of all, we are going to talk about product design, scaling the teams. But you may be interested why you should be even care about it, about such boring things like organizational design, team collaboration, accountability, and so on and so forth. It was me thinking about it 2 years ago or something like this. But then after a couple of reflections and poor quarterly review, joking, just reflections, I started to think about, oh, emoji doesn't look so good here. I started to think about the ultimate goal of every product manager, product leader, or whatever. And the goal is actually to drive outcome to the company and to do it in most effective, most cost-effective way. So, how one person, manager, could even drive impact? By creating great product strategy and by delivering this strategy. And here, all the things connected with product teams come. So, you have product strategy, you have teams. At the end, you have some outcome or no. And the interesting thing that how effectively this strategy is going to be delivered is heavily dependent on the team's structure. Let's start at the beginning. It was January 2020, yes. Snowy morning, not snowy of course in Cyprus, but at that time I was not in Cyprus and it was quite cold. So, what I had? I had 2 products at quite different stages of the life cycle. One product was at, he reached product market fit, initial product market fit, and was at the stage of improving product market fit, something before big scale, I can say. And there was an idea, there was a goal to build brand new product. So the second one was at the beginning. And I had 2 teams, one front-end team and one platform team. That's all. And me. You can see, unfortunately, but there was an emoji with bomb blowing your head. And I will explain why. Actually, yes, you maybe will find it hard to believe, but we had some problems. Actually, a lot of them. First of all, because products at different stages of their life cycle, they require different product strategies. And different product strategies consistently requires different actually processes, different actual type of product work at all. So, at the same time, we have to run fast. We have to support one product. We have to build new products, etc. And with that team's setup, it was very hard because when we have some kind of new feature that we want to build, okay, no one team can build it on their own. There are a lot of dependencies between them, a lot of problems in collaboration and etc. we started to scale team by adding persons one by one. And at the end of the day, one team, front-end team, became too big. As I remember, we started about, I don't know, 8 persons and finished within 13, 14, something like this. So can you imagine the daily of 15 people? Come on. It doesn't make sense at all. Also, there was no clear understanding of accountability. For example, some bug occurred. Who should first be responsible for it? We don't know. All planning activities took too much time because a lot of dependencies and interdependencies, and of course, okay, you plan, but after it, life all things changes, and you have to redo it and redo it and redo. And we started to think how it was possible to solve these issues, if it is possible at all. I don't know. And we find, of course, one silver bullet, one recipe of success that will solve all problems. Is it any chance that you trust me? Of course, no. Because one smart guy in 2010 wrote that the first rule of organizational design is that all organizational designs are bad. And I totally agree it. So there is no one recipe, there is no single approach how to build the perfect structure. And if somebody tries to explain you that there is no, don't trust that person and don't give him money. But I want, if there is only one thing that you could know today, understand, and take home, is that things that, first of all, organizational design and team design is very important. And the second, that actually this structure, these design decisions, they persist at any level. I don't know, if you're a CEO, you could make the decisions. If you just lead in one team, you still have ability to perform any changes and take actions. So we started to think, what is important for us? What factors? And first, it was accountability. We wanted our teams to be accountable for specific things, for specific areas. So teams should be aware of what they're accountable for. And actually, the second part of accountability is that they should have all enough resources, all enough knowledge, technology, etc., to drive, I don't know, impact on that area. The second important thing is that we are, as a product area, we should be able to be accountable for one big shared goal. So teams should not work in silos, one by one. And of course, collaboration. We should have smooth and effective collaboration to not wind us to the face, but to help us to deliver our results. Let's imagine the situation we have the best, I don't know, accountability, communications, etc. Definitely it will be one person who is super accountable for what he is doing. He don't have any problem with coordination. Some persons, of course, do have these problems with coordination with themselves, but okay. So in real life, it is impossible, of course. Product can be built and delivered by one person. It can be built only by teams. You have team, you have some problems within team, etc. You could solve it. But if you want to deliver more, if you want to run more, you have to scale it. You started by adding person to one team, then you started to adding teams, etc. And a lot of problems occurs actually, because by adding any person, by adding any team, total efficiency decreasing. So it's very important to make it as smooth as possible. You know, there are a lot of science that prove that by adding people, by adding teams, overall the efficiency decreases. So we started to think, what are the signs okay, we make some changes, how we could evaluate it, how we could decide if we have now good structure or bad. And we pointed these things. So first of all, decision making should be fast and easily communicated for everybody. Planning. We should not have so much dependencies, and we should not I don't know, spend too much time like before. Focus and engagement, yeah, but it was one of the problems because by scaling the teams, the overall, I don't know, level of focus, level of engagement, of course, decreases. We want everybody to be highly focused at each moment of time on that thing that at that moment is important. So, and prioritization and goal settings and team evaluation. Yeah, these things should be addressed too. And we started to think what teams could be accountable for. I don't know, for money growth, for any metric driven, for developing new features or supporting existing ones, I don't know, for some operational support, etc. A lot of things actually, but if we try to summarize it, we can say that in general we have two ways. We have feature-based designs or outcome-based designs. So in feature-based design, team are structured around some part of the product, platforms, services, etc. And in outcome-based design, team structured across specific outcomes, metrics, or goals. Each of these actually have pros and cons, of course. And we were thinking, oh, sorry, emoji is not my part, as you see. We were thinking what we should choose, future-based, outcome-based. Should we have one backlog for all teams and use some approach like large scale, Scrum, Safe, etc., or each team should have own specialization and own backlog? Actually, we, at the end of the day, we have some kind of mixed approach. So let's begin from the beginning. Sorry. 2 products, 2 teams. That setup, despite having a lot of problems that I mentioned, it actually had some benefits as well, because it was good for delivering some kind of big, complex technical task, which we had a lot of at that time. But what we have now? We have now 2 products on more or less the same product lifecycle stage. We have a dedicated team for one product which is focused on that area and doesn't have any dependencies, etc. We have feature-based teams for the other product, which are slightly specialized. So each team actually can do any part of the job, any kind, but they have also specialization to be more focused on that area that they are working on, to better understand customer needs, to better understand issues, etc. And the most important that each team now can deliver any result, any feature end-to-end without any dependencies, without any problem with communication, with aligning plans with other, etc. Okay, not all, but 95% of the tasks. Yeah. It's much easier to plan tasks, but of course this has the downside too, because each team now have more complex tech stack delivered on all platforms and have bugs on all platforms, etc. And this approach requires more focus, more effort on collaboration between teams, on T-shaping, I don't know, for example, to be able for front-end guys to do some small back-end job, for example. But it gives us a lot of benefits. And what interesting reflection we have on this. So now, yeah, tasks are not falling between different teams. We know that each team can do it, and there are no problems at all. This setup was actually quite feature-based, I mean. Quite easy to establish because it's established organically based on the architecture of the product on the features. And having this smooth, light focus actually lead us to increasing expertise within team in that product area, which is definitely a good sign. But of course, it has some drawdowns, interesting drawdowns, which was not so obvious for me. Because when teams are focused on delivering specific features, not business outcomes at all, it's usually hard to match how each particular feature connected with overall product strategy, with overall business result. And it is hard to evaluate is the team doing job good or not, for example, because they could fail based on different reasons. They could fail, for example, delivery, or even they could just choose to do on the bad things, not the wrong things. Yes, and one more reflection personally from my side. If you have a decision to make reorganization or not, the short answer is no, don't do it. Because actually it is, first of all, it is deeply uncomfortable for all involved people. And it drastically decreases performance of the teams and sometimes for quite big transitional periods. But there are two options when you have to do it, actually. Actually, one. Let's see. So when strategy changed, it is very important to think about current structure, current design. Is it aligned with this new strategy or not? Because if not, you will not be able to efficient delivery of this strategy. The second thing is also connected actually with the first one, because when your product, for example, at the beginning, you're trying to find your product, you are trying to achieve product market fit, and it requires, I don't know, running a lot of experiments, sitting with customers for long hours, etc. But then, for example, when you started to scale your product, it's absolutely different approach, different type of work, and you should have different structure or even different people sometime to do it. So when lifecycle product change his lifecycle stage, you should adapt your strategy and you should adapt your structure. What's next? It was a story about some time ago, but now I'm exactly at that moment. What's next? Actually, definitely, we will go to the outcome-based design. Why? Because it will give us these opportunities. Everyone will be focused on exact business result. It will be definitely easier to evaluate team success because we have specific metric, and if metric changed, perfectly. No, let's see why. It will be more easier to adapt to some change, to change the plan, to just throw out all planned scope for the quarter and find out what things are important now. And of course, I believe personally that every person should be more engaged, will be more engaged in product success. How we started to do it, and how I started from North Star metric. We find that it is a loyal number of active customers, and we decomposed it to different components, and we were planning that each team will be accountable for different component of our North Star metric. But it is a next story, and we're happy to share the results. That's all. The last but not the least, I find out some useful links and resources connected with organizational changes, with team leadership, etc. You will find it in the presentation. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. While you prepare your questions, I have mine. So I'm going to be the first person who asks the questions. Maxim, you've changed the structure. So it was like front-end team working all together with themselves, like front-end working with front-end people, and back-end teams working with back-end people. And you made that cross-functional team, front-end working with back-end people. Was it any like resistance from developers? Did they complain? Did they suffer? What did you tell you? It's just kind of bullshit things. You just changing the process for the change of the process. That kind of stuff they usually say.
Do we have a recording now?
No, of course not. You can be absolutely open.
I believe you know the answer. Of course, there are a lot of resistance, and I mentioned that any changes, especially this one, is very uncomfortable on a personal level. So it's big part of this work of implementing the changes to align everybody around it, to explain why it is so important.
So, kind of story. Any story of that resistance? What people tell you? How it was like going?
Without bad words, yes?
Yes, no bad words, but just maybe. But true, yeah, true story. Some true stories.
Actually, a lot of stories, and it's like day-to-day activities. I don't know when front-end guy, he liked his job, and he told me, okay, I will create this screen, and that's all. I don't want to know anything, what happens after it, and that's all. But so it takes, I don't know, maybe couple of months to overcome these things. And the interesting thing here is that when only one person started to act in that new way of thinking, and one person after a couple of days, the second person, because nobody wants to be the last person. Nobody.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, guys, do you have? Please raise your hands. Yes, can we just hand off the mic? Okay, we'll give mine for a second.
Hello, Max. My question is that in the beginning of your speech, you talked about the lifetime of the project and the product market fit that changes. So what would you recommend to do organization-wise for the company that is pivoting the product market fit yet again, the second or the third time maybe, and is feeling like this may be the last niche for the project that they can do? So if this is a quite successful product, but it doesn't have a lot of new developments that can be added, it's like a red ocean, something like that, what you would recommend to do in terms of accountability and keeping the system and the organization fresh and working towards the goals that the team already has? Thank you.
Let me try to go to... I can't... Okay, if you have a product, for example, which reached product market fit and we have it quite successful product, but we don't have huge growth, we don't have a lot of new customers, etc. It's a best moment and to start maybe not pivoting, but enriching your product market fit by adding new customer segments. I don't know, for example, you are, I don't know, your property listing marketplace, okay, and people using your service to find the new property. You could, for example, I don't know, go to new market, okay, it will be enriching user segments. You could add more value. For example, you could add a loan calculator for a site or start selling loans. So it will be new value for the whole new user segment.
Okay. More questions? Yeah, one more question. Okay. Yeah, here. Sorry. Okay, sorry.
Hello. Hi. In your example that you had a team of front-end team and then a platforms team, what would you do, or would you do anything if the platforms team, let's say that the platform team is working on a feature-by-feature basis, and each feature is difficult because it has hardware and has all of that problems, and let's say the front-end team has the difficulty that it needs to collect and aggregate and manage all of these features so you can provide one single front end that customers want. What would you do, or would you change anything if the platforms team can't really guarantee any feature? It's a best effort basis all the time. Every feature is best effort. And what I'm saying is would you change something in this structure? Would you try to put the same system? Or would you leave it as is, I don't know, Scrum, and then the other one is Kanban, or Waterfall, or anything like that? Would you try to change it?
Actually, it depends, I believe, because of course it could be changed. For example, if, I don't know, every day front-end team understands that to deliver anything, they have to, I don't know, wait for platform teams. They have to collect all work from platform team, and it really slows them down. Maybe if it really happens every day, I think from my perspective, yes, it makes sense to change the structure and to give them opportunity to deliver, I don't know, some features without waiting for the platform team. You could not, you may not change everything by just, I don't know, give them a couple of developers to, I don't know, to create some new APIs and etc. It will make them able to, I don't know, deliver some maybe not so complex features, but some features for which gives customers value as well.
Okay. More questions? Here. Can you raise your hand, please? Yeah. Okay.
Maxim, thanks for your presentation. In it, you mentioned that you have started using more and more outcome-based metrics measures. How did you address a standard problem with outcome-based metrics, a time gap between actions and the result?
Yes, thank you for this question. Brilliant one, actually, because usually you did some job, but results will come, I don't know, after in months or couple of months, etc. So significant results. The trick here is, first of all, to target the right metric. That because some metrics usually they could be used by a leading indicator, not lagging indicator. For example, if you, I don't know, you measure the overall company revenue, of course it will be lagging after all job, after all marketing activities, etc., etc. But in most cases, there are some connected metrics which could be used for as leading indicators and which will correlate with later success. And you could use these metrics as day-to-day as a day-to-day goals.
Can you give an example?
Choosing the right metric is like, I don't know, Kung Fu 80 level or something like this. Each company approaches it differently. I don't know, for example, Facebook doesn't measure money. They measure monthly active users as a leading indicator for money, as a leading indicator for any advertisement, revenue, etc. Amplitude uses number of users who actually makes queries, not just users, but makes queries, because these users correlates with their success. So it depends on the product.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, more questions. I see that you raise your hand? No, oh, sorry. Any more questions? Yeah, here.
No. I think
we didn't. We need question. Before
the question was about do we have different product owners for each team? No, number of teams doesn't match one-to-one to the number of product owners or product managers right now. And it works for us, but maybe when we stick to more outcome-based design, we will fix it as well.
Thank you.
2 product owners, managers for 4 teams.
Okay. Here is the question, right?
Yeah. I'll give you next. Thank you, Maxim. My name is Dimitri. I'm wondering, you're talking about metrics in a level of company-level metrics. And how do you manage to translate these metrics to individual and team goals and individual goals? And what's the process are you following? KPIs or KRs, and how do you manage to train the team on that?
We used to use, sorry for tautologies, some kind of cascading metrics from top level to bottom level. It is not strictly OKR based, I think, but it's kind of by decomposing and cascading on each level.
What about personal performance?
No. No, I'm not sure that it's a true right approach to decompose it so, how to say it, into small chunks for each person.
Thank you, Maxim. My name is Vadim. So my question is, so you implement this new organizational structure for 2 teams, for 2 products, and then when you was successful, you became successful, was it spread along the company to other products, to other teams that was not involved before in your processes?
Of course, we shared some practices, but not the exact approach, because as I mentioned, it heavily depends on current situation, current product, current stage, and for other teams, the situation differs from ours.
Okay, thank you. More questions? Any questions? Okay, thank you very much, Maxim. Let's
thank you, guys.
Big round of applause for Maxim. Yeah, we're gonna have our next presenter, and Gonchik, are you here? Where is he? He's disappeared. Okay. Okay, before we start, where is he? Okay. Maybe just need to ask you a question. Can you raise hands who use Jira in their work? Just raise your hands. Like everybody? Like almost everybody, okay? And raise your hands who loves Jira. Loves Jira, yeah. Okay, this is Agile coaches, I see them. Any other? You're Agile coach too? Yeah. What's your role in the company? Principal engineer. Just one engineer loves Jira and some Agile coaches here. Why these Agile coaches love Jira? Because they work in Exness. And Exness has Gonchik. this is yeah, and he's a Jira super guru. He knows everything about Jira, and he's gonna share some tricks how to make your Jira less painful. Can I say that? Or more enjoyable? Or you need to turn it on?
Oops, yes. Let's see. A few seconds. Looks like my last presentation was a little bit broken. It's repairing. And regarding the enjoyable, you will understand in my presentation what's going on related to the Jira in our stuff, especially in product management, project management, and portfolio management.
So thank you very much. Let's next presenter, Gonchik. Yes,
thank you. So meanwhile, is open in the presentation. Everything is good. Please hands up. Still working. Okay. Meanwhile, let me ask a few questions. Who is the Jira user here? Please raise your hands. Oh. So I see a few guys is not using the Jira. No worries. You will start to use. I will help you with that. And the next one I see is a product management, mostly related to ProductCamp at the conference. Do we have here the product managers? Please raise your hands. Okay. Who is the person who is not raised the hands? Project manager? Or you're comparing? Or executors and someone else? Anyway, today I would like to share with you my thoughts related to Jira investigation in product management. So, every time, once I start to join to work with some company, what I do? Show me your Jira. I will say what I can do with your processes and our stuff. Here we go. Oh. Yeah. So let me introduce myself. My name is Gonchik. I think so it's not needful because I'm more than 10 years in the fintech industry, software development, more than 10 years I'm playing with Jira and other stuff. I like to be in the Atlassian community. I like that two guys help me to find out that more the interesting use cases because they are founder of the Atlassian. Oops. Whoop. Oops. Okay. The next slide, for me, it's mainly useful in my presentation because it will be related to the disclaimer. Anywhere, no one shouldn't be trust to me. Never trust me, please. Any decision should be made by yourself, especially with professionals, if it's needed. Because my presentation will be mostly related to expectation management. Who is starting to feel what is with the expectation management in product management, project management? Please raise your hands or say something. Expectation management. For example, with stakeholders. Okay, let me do myself. Today, I'm on the conference. To be honestly, today I failed up one project for today. I met with deadline. Deadline is tomorrow. I see I have the problem with on the next week, but I will describe to him what I need to do, the next step, because I had the problem with transparency. Because in my presentation, you will understand mostly about what problems, blockers, and risk do we currently have. This is the big problem. Are you feeling in your work something like that? Transparency issues, yeah. Some blockers with developers, always. Wow, I found my colleague. Thank you. By the way, what's your name? Huh? Tatev. I hope you met with predictability. The problem is when we need to deliver the feature. The previous speaker just said we changed organization, the structure, and other stuff. I hope everyone read one useful book in the world. Mythical month in the world. Who read about the books? 1975 years, the book, just saying, if you change somewhere in the middle of your project and product, if changes will be fail. This is the main thing, no worries. Because the previous speaker said about accountability. It's really the problem. Do we really feature fast than the previous one? Do we improve our speed up? Who had that problem? Mr. Speaker. Previous one. Do we have?
No, of course.
Okay, understood. I have. To be honest, I have. Because I support lean software development. No worries. In lean software development, we need to fail fast and speed up our delivery. Because our world is a little bit complicated. Let's deep into the theory. Because each changes should not be go forward without theory, fundamental theory. One of the problem with expectation management is every time the user thinks from looks into the Jira from own view, like this. It's not showing. Okay. We have the tone of the tickets. We can, in reality, we can manage all our work items in the tickets. Everything's okay. Jira helps us to make some organization, splitting everything. This is the one view things and how it thinks the users. I remember someone raised the hands using the Jira. Is that true for you? Please raise your hand if it's true. Oh, only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, great. I'm happy, to be honest. Well, sometimes I do managing the Jira as a platform, as an ecosystem of the Atlassian. For me, Jira is a brain fuck, to be honest. The big problem to me, because it's a huge amount of the configurations. And sometimes I do mistake, and as a result, end of the users cannot just organize the tickets. Easy, stupid steps. But from business process overview, Jira is just step of the workflows, the process of the product development, the process of the software development, process of the earning money, investment, and any other processes. You can easily put the items and understanding. But if you look down, in generally, each process is quite simple. Opening, starting, investigating, and then delivering to the next department if it's needed, if it's related to that one, or finalizing. What's one of the things? Jobs to be done. That's easy. Okay. I said, show me the Jira. Is this real data from a real company? I hope you can understand from which company, but for me it doesn't matter. Do you understand what's going on there on the control chart from that Atlassian report? Yes? What exactly? What's the problem? Yes? Outliers, that's right. You have a lot of outliers. What does it mean?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it means that that tasks under this blue area is waiting too long to be done.
In shortly, it's unpredictable assignees, unpredictable developers, unpredictable quality engineers, unpredictable product manager, unpredictable everything. Yes, it's also outliers, so it's very good. But what exactly did you understand? Okay, you have the problem. Yes, you have the unpredictable things, but in our world, everything is unpredictable, impossible to be the predictable in everywhere. But for me, that graph shown in the cumulative diagram, let's look into that. What do you see here? That color is a done, to be clear. And our things is too small for you. It means, looks like for the team, everything is same. It's not big problem. I see some here, the small changes. It means, for example, this one, the orange one, they started to change the working plane with statuses, because if you look, they have a lot of the statuses, and honestly, they used in reality 2 or 3 statuses. Here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. From 8, in reality, they use only 3. It's real world. You expect you will do a lot of the statuses that will be changed, but in reality, nothing. Again, jobs to be done. That's it. And I hope a lot of product manager likes that distribution, lead time distribution. Who knows what is this? Who is using? Please raise your hand. Aha. Here the data scientists. Aha, understood. Data-driven product managers here. Here the practical guys. Here the more portfolio managers, let's say. For me, it means we can easily to understand our outliers. Do you remember? We can cut off. And we can every time just saying, when will be the features done? In which duration? Based on that data, in 80% of the problems, I can just say, based on the statistics, I will say, I think so, with 80%, we can fix that feature in that situation. But maybe I'm doing something wrong. Let's deep dive. My favorite movie, because Rick and Morty, each time just showing that world is colorful, very interesting. It means everything should be very complicated to measure, especially in Jira, if you didn't do some specific steps. I will show you some some mistakes, typical mistakes maybe somewhere. For someone it will be useful with following slides. Let's go to the practical examples. Example number 1, related to the data. No worries, I will show you different slides related to a lot of the pictures, but you need to think by your brain. Do you see problem there? This is the chart, built-in functionality of the Jira, showing created and versus resolved. Do you see some problem? This is related to real company, real data, everything. Do you see the problem? In statistic was 20,000 tickets. What was the dev? Who said? But in reality, speed up the same, no worry. But you know what's going on here? Everything is okay. Nothing else. It's not showing something to me. Stop to imagine it's on the coffee or taro or something like that. But for me, it's nothing. Everything is good. But let me change the configuration of the chart into the periods from the cumulative trend change into the countable. With same data, with same company, with same Jira, everything is same. What do you see here? I especially marked the red lines. Any problem do you see here now? The same data. Good job. Looks like you understand what's going on there. Yeah, looks like each 7, 8 months, someone starting to work. Or showing the work, maybe, I don't know. But one thing I see, it's parallel. Period. The big problem, let's change a look into the trend. Is this related to a business? Let me check. Based on the trend, if you look, no big problem. Everything expectful, and of course, the same with the zooming, you can see exactly we have the problem related to the, like something on the period management. Huh? Yeah, you're right. Because it is milestone-driven development. One guy said it's quarter-driven development. Maybe for someone it's going to be the big Scrum related to a sprint-related driven development. But one of the big things, each status is changing the before end of the due date. That's it. In a bulk. It means we can see here the answer for our questions. Each task drag through to the workflow in the last day, in the bulk. If you look into the data, you can come here. I will show you, if it's needed, how one day many teams closing the ticket in a bulk. It's not only for the planning related projects, nothing. It's everywhere, the same thing. Let's go to the next item. It will be related to the example of the definition. It is again the real project, real configuration, that team using the different work items, different type of the work items, bug, epic, service request, story, subtask, task. Do you use the same way? Interesting. Someone just saying, yeah. Okay, let's look to another project. They have the bug, epic, request, some, looks like the same, only service request and request, just naming. Okay, maybe in the future it's possible to merge it or something like that. But how about to look into the pie chart? Simple, built-in functionality. And let's look into the distribution of the issue types, work item types. I remember some of the guys not using the Jira, but I will say you will start to. And if you look, let's look to the second project. Do you see some differentiation with naming on something like that? Any problem? Any replacement of definition? Wow, wow, wow. Guys from the first place, everything knows. Because it's a just naming convention issue. Request here, story is here. What does it mean? The those story, it's an external request, mostly be like a user story, customer story, something like that. But for our team, it's a just request. Then, if some of the, for example, me, if I will raise the ticket in one of the project, I need to choose the story and there the request. It's headache. Do you agree with me? Therefore, please provide a clear definition. Clear definition as a clear expectation, because otherwise it's going to be the problem. Because most of the teams, we have the same issue types, ticket types, work item types, but all of them the different and differently using and different expectation of the time frame and duration process. But there's going to be the problem for the measuring. It's the next item. Are you ready to go forward? Good. The next example related to keeping information up to date. Again, real Jira, real data, real projects. I just put the resolution is empty. It means please show me not closed tickets. One interesting item. 32,000 open tickets. Don't check it. Okay, let's imagine that company, let's say 5,000, maybe 1,000 employees, and we can divide it for each employee. Looks like something like that. But if we look into that, if this is related, to be honestly, for 4 teams has a backlog more than 32,000. I think there's something the problem. It's up to you to make some decision. I will keep as is. Because I'm just finalizing the report, just saying please review it because we have somewhere the problems, especially to handling. The next one, as you understand, each ticket can be die on the way and not transferred as obsolete. Because do you remember in Agile, especially in the Scrum, they had the process backlog grooming? I think so. Scrum guide and especially Agile guys do absolutely great things. Backlog grooming, needful. So, next example. Related to how about too many open tickets? I just go forward and ask, again, real system, real example. I just ask what we need to do with that tickets. They answered me, go and check after the confirmation with some person, please create all tickets before 1st of February, close it. They don't need it. This is the real world. It means they said new tasks are created as a duplicate. It means they are just using the Jira as a write only, but not investigating duplicates. I think so. This is the big issue. But up to you to make the decision. The next example about movements. Again, real Jira, real things. I think so. It's not readable for you, for me also. Raise the tickets. If it's needed for the transparency changes, I wrote. Then customer answered, I created the service desk request, and then I found that ticket was moved, and I need to go, and please, after the testing, you splitted a lot of items. But one of the big problem, the resolution of that, they said, I don't see any outcome. You're doing the something, but for me, as the end of the user, nothing was changed. This is the big problem. It means next item. Task type reworked and then moved. Moving is not good practice. Maybe linking sometimes are good things. I would say I would support that our agile coach in that idea because they made the good things. As I see, I made the experiment. It works well. Maybe the last example, I think so, related to the example of the relations. Come again, Rick and Morty. I will say only real task, which is related to the deadlock. Everyone to understand what is this deadlock? Nice. I create the Jira ticket, I need to do something, and I need to support from the infrastructure team needs to buy in the procurement needs to get the budgeting in the finance needs to go to project management, to planning, and planning to go to need to investigate it from the infrastructure team. It's a circle, and then it's going to be the deadlock. Well, to be honest, I just said a real example in real Jira, but I don't want to show that, because after my calculation, if they understand it's going to be the deadlock, they can deduct 8 months of the work. This is the big issue. Up to you, make decision by yourself. But if you look into that picture, this is the real picture related from Java, Maven, especially in the Atlassian Jira components. It is dependency of the hell. This is the real software development problem. Don't worry, in real world, in software development world, absolutely the same thing. Dependency hell is everywhere. Based on that, I would like to say one of the item, dependency hell, and deadlocks. Yet another example related to implementation. Do you remember? We can prepare different statuses and other stuff, but Jira administrators can make a lot of things, a lot of the changes, a lot of the transitions. This is the button to change the status, quite complicated. But all of them will go to the simple one. Do you agree with me? If you are not agree, please raise your hands. No one. I thought I will do some discussion after my speech, especially during the lunchtime, because I want to go to the lunch as soon as possible with someone. Suddenly, nope. Okay. If we go there, it's easy to simplifying, and then this is the big things, technical problem with implementation. Sometimes please double check implementation, and it should be simply as possible, because end user, developers, they are human, prefer to be everything should be simple, easy, and go forward. Then you need to measure, not firstly prepare everything for the measure. You need to measure what you have, and based on that you can look into the trends or real data. Up to you. Once again, we have the next items. Task director through the workflow in last day. Do you remember? Convulsion. Each quarter we have the convulsion. Different teams, this same issue test. Problem with the definition, clear definition in the life. The next one, tickets need to be groomed. Backlog grooming, for example. The next one, new task need to be, before creating the new task, you need to find and investigate existing backlog. This is needful things. And the next one, before creating a lot of things, moving, you need to communicate with your end of the customer, which will be much helpful. And don't forget about the dependencies, especially the linking and creating the structure boards and structure Gantt and our stuff. And next one, it's mostly related to the Jira admins. Don't be under stress, don't be shy, just say, we have the problem, we can have, please, can we make some negotiation to make some simplification? That's it. Thank you. Some questions?
Thank you, Gonchik. Now you've seen Gonchik. Yes, and you've seen him once, we see him every day. This is another reason to join Nexus, by the way. And yeah, if you guys have questions, yeah. Can you just hand off microphone there? Okay, I will. Yeah, probably can do it myself.
Hello. My question is related to the many states that the workflow has. Maybe you've shown this in one of your slides. Yeah, maybe this one or the original one with the business. Yes. Yes. So that one, yeah. So as opposed to taking a practical approach, because most companies are like that, okay? And most companies are like that because managers want to have some kind of a, well, at least a false idea that they're tracking the states. But that aside, if we take the assumption that the human will not change, that developers will essentially do the thing last moment, isn't it preferable to have multiple states so at least you can track and you can analyze later on to make a small change or make a big change? I mean, more states is on the grand scale of things is more data, and personally I use that data to think of a change, maybe on the technical side, but whatever. So I don't see what is the benefit of less states if the company already agrees to it.
Thank you for the great question, because I will start from my second slide. Opa. You need to speak with the professionals, because in your situation you said one thing: if employees accepted that big huge workflow and they are keeping up to date, it means it's good. If it's work, no worry, don't touch it, and let's investigate it and how we need to simplify it. In that way will be helpful. But if you go to some startup or small company and then you will do the big things, they said, what are you doing? We prefer to do everything in the stickers and easy peasy and lemon squeezy, and that's it, close it. And therefore you need to be sure where are you and how processes in the companies works. But for example, good things related to the startups will not work for big enterprise systems. But the next one, you asked the previously, you don't see any benefits. Under benefits, it means you will clear understanding. For example, you have the dedicated project or dedicated issue types, and then you will see hierarchy. Sometimes you need to have some hierarchy. Of course, one biggest things, you don't need to have the huge hierarchy. It needs to be as simple as possible. Therefore, I prefer to start everything step by step in evolution. And also developers like to say iteration. Iteration by iteration, you will add additional status. Understanding will be helpful or not helpful, and measuring, and then as a result you will have the things. Again, my answer related to things, need to look into your data and then discussing your process, and after that I can say the correct answer. This is my answer. Is it acceptable for you?
I accept the answer.
Thank you.
It's okay, but I wouldn't even try to simplify it. If it evolves to be a huge, complicated monster because it suits 50 people, it's easier to accept it rather than try to change 50 people. That's my view. And if Jira tells the story, so be it. Just collect the data. It's more work for me to do advanced queries to understand that one state is equal to another in reality. But yeah.
Okay. One question for you. What title of your job? What are you doing?
I'm a principal engineer. I try to drive the technical, like the product reflecting to
technical things you're trying to do. And you know how the developers, they think mostly they should be simplified. They want to work with the Git mostly and sending the comments, and this is their world. But you need to simplify to them. They're using for example, automatic changing the status triggers.
Yes.
That's why it will be helpful for you and deducting. But you need to also negotiate the business. Business wants to every time that we want to clear everything of you, and each weekly needs updating and showing something, and quarterly basis provide some report of the whole project. But one of the things, for what company has been created? As I remember, it's earning money. If it comes in the money, in the features, and if you see the results, it's not a big problem.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
yeah.
More questions, guys. You have a chance to ask anything about Jira, for example. Any questions? My questions actually, okay, my last question to you would be, as a product manager, I want to manage my backlog on a higher level than just tasks in Jira for my teams. For example, have like, I don't know, few teams, more than just one. And then to manage on that level. Any Jira like ideas how to do it properly, like proper way, like you, like a person who knows Jira better than others, would suggest do's and don'ts, I would say. On a high level, portfolio level management for Jira.
How
Jira.
to make the portfolio management,
Yeah.
you're asking. So this is the very tricky question. I would say the speculation. Sometimes you need to understand where exactly do you have, what type of the projects do you have, and then you need to aggregate into, for example, in Jira, in toolset, it's built-in functionality for now, it's advanced roadmaps. But if you're planning to implement the advanced roadmap, you have to think about the hierarchy and you have to think about all processes, and after that, on the toolset, you can see the result. Before, only one way you can see the providing and generating the report and understanding how to improving and step by step. And also, it's possible to use for now I will provide some solutions. For example, big picture and other stuff. You can Google it and found it, and it's very easy to use it. And don't forget about MS project. This is the very grateful solution. Once again, if company feeling better and fixing all, delivering the projects and portfolio management working well, I think it's not needed to change inefficiently and quite frequently. This is my answer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Big round of applause for Gonchik. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sebastian, and he's an agile consultant, and he works for establishing process in many, many companies like Siemens, Bosch, and this is a pretty dull one, right? And there was another one like sick devices or something like that. Something like, do sensors for people who've been sick actually. So it's kind of.
So basically always stuck between software and hardware, so between a rock and a hard place. Yeah. So
Sebastian, thank you very much.
Thanks, Asgard. Also, just you're my timekeeper because I just created the presentation, so I don't know how long it's going to take. So hi everyone. I am often faced with a certain struggle that some of you might be familiar with. That is, you're all product people, and most of you should work with backlogs. Because everything's fancy, agile, so everyone knows about backlogs and is working with that. Who of you has a good overview over the entirety of your backlog? You have? Okay. We have also someone back there. But we just saw an example about entries of beyond 50,000 items in your backlog. Yeah, so in these cases, I highly doubt a good overview of that. So what I'm going to explain to you and basically present to you is something that I often use when I'm working with clients, which is basically a combination of multiple tools that we know from lean product development, that we know from agile in terms of story mapping, and introduce the theories for you, and then lead over to an example so that it, becomes something that we could all work with instead of just reading a book about it. Yeah. So for that should continue now, I think. I hope. Yeah, that does. Good. I'm quickly describing the problem that we're going to face, then introduce the theory that we're tackling, and then basically quickly transition over to the business case that I just thought about last week, because I read about a change in policy in Cyprus about feeding energy to the grid. And photovoltaics users all around the globe are used to that, but Cyprus, at least the grid operator in Cyprus, has made a change that created a business opportunity that we might discuss here. So for that, let's start with the problem. If it does. It's a problem. Interesting. Well, maybe manually, just switch to the next slide. Wonderful, thank you. So what we usually face is we have a great product goal and a great product vision. We know what we strategically want to achieve. Often enough, we also have a very good understanding of what needs to happen on an operational base. Yeah, so what's happening in our backlog. But what's often lacking in organizations is that tactical element, so the midterm planning aspect and the representation in our backlogs. And so that's something that we are trying to address. Oh, now I'm going back. Perfect. That we're trying to address with a lot of communication, a lot of investment in that alignment between operations and strategy. And one thing that I want to introduce to you is basically how can we tackle this and how can we easily communicate the strategic aspect. Because maybe also a question again for all the product people here. Who of your developers know the product vision by heart? I see very few hands. So that's usually the problem that we're facing. You know, the guys doing the work don't really know what we're aiming for, what we're shooting for. And so let's start with how do we describe the vision? Yeah, and I'm basically using a tool from Lean Startup, and so Eric Ries wrote a book about that, and Ash Morey was then adopting that canvas that was introduced by Eric Ries to be a little more problem-centric rather than solution-centric. Because usually when we're developing our products, we fall in love with our solution instead of thinking about the problem that we actually want to solve. Yeah, so that's why I prefer the lean canvas instead of the solution-focused business model canvas. Yeah. So what are we seeing here? That should be a very brief description of what we want to achieve with our product. Yeah, that's a short version of a business case. Yeah, should be easy enough to transfer that and make alignment with everyone involved in product development if we see a simple table like that. Yeah, so the idea is we want to describe customer segments. The numbers that you see here should be the order in which you fill out this template. Yeah, we're going to do that in the exercise as well, so I've prepared that. So we should know about the customer segments. We should know about the problems that these customers have. Yeah, and then transition over to what is our USP, our unique selling proposition. What do we different than others do currently for that problem? Then what would be the solution in that field? What are the channels to distribute our solution? Yeah, and then going over towards how do we make money with that? I know a lot of startups don't care about that, yeah, but that might be at some point something relevant. And cost structure, and then how do I measure what we're doing if we're successful? Yeah, and that might be, as we just heard 2 speeches ago, a combination of leading and lagging indicators. Yeah, some things that we can identify while we produce already, and some things we can just measure after the fact. Yeah, business revenue over the course of 5 years, usually not measurable before the 5 years happened. Yeah, so that would be a brief introduction into the Lean Canvas. Yeah, that would be a good vehicle to communicate what we want to achieve. Then heading over, if the button is working. Not yet. Maybe a manual intervention. Thank you. Now heading over to that midterm planning tactical element that I really love using with clients, which would be story mapping. Who of you has used story mapping at some point? A few people now. Wonderful. So if we think about what we just saw in terms of the lean canvas, we can trace back a lot of what we are creating here to what we have seen before. Yeah? So in terms of what are the key activities that we want to achieve, that should, if we describe that, be something along a journey somehow. Yeah? So what is the usual journey that we are describing, what we are fulfilling? And so we have that in bulk activities. We have for these activities dedicated steps to fulfill. And then we have user tasks that are a bundle of things that we want to do, that we want to achieve, that are necessary so that we can make business. So for the agile product people out there, those are usually user stories. Yeah, in terms of a description of what I want to do to achieve a certain goal, and who would be the one being involved in that activity. Then, when we take a look at that now, does that resemble any backlog of yours? No, it doesn't. Because basically, backlogs are usually one-dimensional. Yeah, there's basically a very simple list from most important thing to do to least important thing to do. Yeah? This is trying to be a map to basically trace back what activities in our backlogs might be relevant to fulfill this activity here. Yeah, so it's a mapping that we're going to use to create structure in our backlogs. Now trying to the next one. Thank you. So now getting to the completely artificial business case that I created last week. That's basically because the Cypriot energy grid provider has changed their scheme on how to basically credit people that have a photovoltaic system on their roof, and basically for every kilowatt hour that they produce, they used to get 1 kilowatt hour of power back from the grid if it's dark. Yeah, or the sun is not fully shining, and they would need more power than they would produce themselves. So starting this year, they have changed that. They have basically changed the ratio on how much power you can consume and get back from the grid in comparison to what you have produced. And they basically keep 70% as a margin. Yeah, so all of a sudden we have a business case. Yeah, because now if I just make a business with that 70% margin, there could be options for me. I could first combine households to a so-called virtual power plant. Yeah, so that we basically combine our production and all of a sudden become a player at the energy trading market. Yeah, and could negotiate prices all of a sudden. Or, second option, I think the clicker is working better on this side. Yeah. So, second option is basically just sell batteries. Yeah, that's a very easily scalable product that we're going to use. So that would be a little boring for a story map. So we get rid of that, and we focus on opportunity one. Yeah, so if we now want to fill out these tools that I've just presented, it would look basically like what I've prepared here. So for everyone who wants to access the business model and also basically the story map that I created, I've just added the link to the presentation, but since the presentation PC is offline, we needed to use some screenshots. And that's happening in the background now. Wonderful. Okay. So what I've prepared here is just a brief description of how one of these lean canvases could look if we would follow that business opportunity. Yeah. So what would be the customer segment? Yeah. Would be all decentral energy producers. Yeah. And one of the customers would also be the grid operator. Because all of a sudden, if people stop producing towards the grid because the deal is so bad, all of a sudden there might be a lack of production. So there might be an interest in, all of a sudden to buy from virtual power plants. Yeah? So we have two customer segments. We have our solution, autonomous participation, because none of you house owners is interested in actively trading kilowatt hours, let's be honest. Yeah? That should all happen automatically. Yeah? So starting with that, that would be our solution. What would be the USP? That would be creating a virtual power plant, yeah? Or multiple of those. Yeah? Might be that we are in a coastal region and maybe also have wind power generating and not only photovoltaics. So we might just create multiple power plants or virtual power plants to all of a sudden negotiate with the grid. Yeah, and make a better deal than the 70% margin that is lacking from last year to this year. Yeah, that's still our business model. So basically, following that example now, we have a high-level concept, decentral energy production acting as a power plant to buy and sell energy to and from the grid. Then, what would be our revenue streams? Yeah, basically, buying and selling from grid or to grid or in between virtual power plants. Cost structure, and I just, came up with some topics in terms of, okay, we need somehow grid access, we need software interface with grid providers so that we know what the current pricing per kilowatt hour would be. Then somehow we need access to the local power producers. Yeah, so it might be a hardware component or basically just injecting some code in the inverters that they have. Then the interface between clusters should be somehow provided via our server. Infrastructure platform operations also needs to happen sometime and somehow. And then maybe if we want to forecast, we also might need access to weather predictions so that we can use that to basically forecast that next week we're going to have a lack of power generation and with that communicate with the grid to stabilize that. Yeah? So, very simple business case. A description that every one of you, no matter if you're an energy producer or not, should be able to follow. Yeah? So, with that, now, heading over, perfect, clicker worked. Heading over to the next screenshot that we've provided. So that would be a story map describing the general activities. Yeah, so somehow I need to understand if I overproduce or have a lack of energy production, so I have demand from the grid. I basically need to check if a market interaction would be feasible. Yeah, so if I'm getting a good enough price for the power that I produced, yeah, to be able to sell, or would it be relevant for me to basically check in between virtual power plants? So do I rather buy power from another producer except for the grid? Yeah, so this is a general structure, and as I said, you can access that if you just access the presentation. I've created that on a concept board, or Miro for those who like American-based data. And so you could basically access that, read through the details if it's of interest to you, but that should just be basically a simple idea on how to manifest what we want to achieve via our vision and how we operationalize that. So because what we could do now is very simply say, what would be our minimal viable product? Not doing all of that at the same time. So you could very simply just say, okay, taking the first row might be enough for us to start the business, to start with one virtual power plant, before introducing all these features that we have seen here. Yeah? So, and still having an overview on where this would be placed in our backlog, how complete that feature and functionality would be if we continue to use that. Yeah? So this is a tool that I usually use with product managers or product owners to generate an overview and a communication basis with stakeholders, but also use that continuously in our refinement efforts. Because something like product backlog refinement is not only discussing individual stories for the next sprint. It might be helpful to give some context, and this would generate context. So, and with that, I'm done with the talk. So I hope the example helped a little to understand the whole concept, and I'm now happy to answer some questions.
Thank you very much. Before you're kind of trying to come up with a question, my question would be, on Lean Startup Converse, there is a thing which is called unfair advantage. And this is super hard for most of the teams to come up with, mostly because, can you understand your competitive, unfair advantage, what it even mean? And people usually write down things like, we are smart, or we have
the best engineers.
Nimble, best engineers, or whatever. But basically, it was not supposed to be written there. What's your suggestion? What really team or, I don't know, company is supposed to write in unfair advantage?
So what would bring you personally to invest in that idea? If you have an answer to that, that would be a good advantage that you could point out.
Can you give kind of example for us?
So,
maybe you have, guys. Maybe you have like example of unfair advantage.
So what I've used here in this example as an unfair advantage would be the first mover position. Yeah, because all of a sudden, as soon as you have a cluster of energy producers, then they're nowhere else. Yeah, you have created a platform that is becoming more cost efficient with every party joining in. Yeah, so first mover advantage would be an unfair advantage for everyone who wants to join later. Yeah, for that example. Yeah, but that's only valid for something that's actually new in an environment.
Right. Any questions there? There's more questions there.
First of all, phenomenal presentation. Something struck me. Well, I think an interesting question. So when you were talking about an overview of the backlog, which I found very interesting from product people, that you do not have an overview of your backlog, but ultimately, how do you communicate successfully the product vision if you're outsourcing development and you're not involved in every part of the process that you would want to be as a product manager?
Good, yeah. So most clients that I'm working for and working with usually have a tendency to reintegrate their outsourcing activities. Yeah? So either meaning that they combine teams and really have fixed teams working together so that communication is going to be easier. Because in my recent past, I've suffered through an SAP S4 implementation where all the development has happened in India. And so communicating with someone with a language barrier and also through different time zones might be a challenge. Yeah, so the more you can integrate, and meaning not only co-locating, because let's be honest, COVID taught us that it's not necessary always, yeah? But basically being able to have someone that I can reach via team and I know that that person is going to be the one that answers also helps tremendously with communication of vision, of tactics, yeah, so that we can align our activities towards an outcome, yeah, towards a product goal. That's all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next question.
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation, sorry. A very nice tool for a startup, for something with starting from zero and going to a goal. How do you see it, if it's feasible to use it in an already established company, a company that has a product and a vision for that product that maybe takes different directions, and is it feasible, is it useful both for communication to stakeholders and developers and teams?
So yeah, I was doubting that fact as well, yeah, when I started using that, but then I used that with Bosch. So not a small company and also with a variety of existing products, yeah, to then identify maybe new pivots, yeah, to basically, for example, the bicycle engine that they have invented was a byproduct. They never intended to invent that. That was basically, it's supposed to be a car engine, but it was not powerful enough. So it was a pivot from them. Yeah? And basically using that concept, yeah, we basically adjusted engine computing machines, hardware, to derive from just remote flashing, which Tesla introduced, and all of a sudden all the competitors wanted to follow suit. Yeah? But then looked into, could it be a fleet program that we could introduce with this new technology, and that would be basically just a pivot from the original product. Yeah, so in that context, I think it's feasible, yeah, and applicable, what we just saw. Yeah.
More question here?
Let me join to everybody who thanks you. Great presentation. My question is about internal intercompany services, internal products. Do you use the same concept for storytelling, for explaining strategy and so on?
Yeah, so basically what I more often use there, I'm not starting from a lean canvas, generally. Yeah? What I often use there is really just the story mapping topic, just to get all stakeholders on board in terms of what should happen next and what would be our minimal viable product in that service category, so that we would deliver value, even be it outside the company or inside the company, in the best feasible way.
And how do you usually modify, say, the canvas, the framework? Because it should be different in this case. Say, competitive advantage might be not so relevant.
Hopefully it's still relevant even for internal services, because otherwise I could just externalize if it's not relevant. Yeah? Basically I update both templates on a regular basis whenever necessary, whenever I'm interacting with my stakeholders. Yeah? So usually the lean canvas I update in about 3 months, yeah? Just to make sure that we still hit the spot, because we're working in a complex environment. Yeah? So if I could predetermine the vision for the next 8 years, then maybe I shouldn't work with agile frameworks. Yeah? So basically constantly updating that and having that as a living document. That's the relevant part. Yeah? So be it the lean canvas or the story map. The story map is a living, breathing thing that we just update with every refinement basically that we do.
Questions, guys? Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. My name is Sergey. Maybe not so easy to answer the question, but I still ask the question. Is it possible to use story mapping for the purpose of prioritization of story or user stories or tasks, etc., and maybe you can connect story mapping with OKR or another framework? Thank you.
Okay, so that's an evening-filling discussion that we could start from that, but I'll try to make it brief. So for me, what I usually do in the context of combining story mapping with general goals of the organization. So OKRs are often misused, let's be honest. Yeah? So objectives and key results is a buzzword like agile. Yeah? So everyone is jumping towards that in hope of getting easier results, easier business results from that. So if I have proper objectives and key results, with key results being leading and lagging indicators, then I think it's quite easy to connect. Because then I would basically use the activities and just check if the element that I'm addressing, discussing in my story map is investing on that indicator. Yeah, so for me, it's basically just a matchmaking, yeah, to find out if it's relevant or not. So, and in terms of prioritization, what I also see in story mapping is that I prioritize all user actions and user stories underneath one of the tasks, so one of the red dots that you've seen. Yeah? So all of these items are prioritized within that step. Yeah? So that we can tell, okay, I'm following basically the story map per row. Might be a good indicator to get a consistent feature. Yeah, to get a consistent use case out of it, rather than completing a feature and then going to the next step. Yeah, so slicing the MVP should be easier if I properly work with that story map.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hi. I have a question regarding the business model canvas. Do you think that it can successfully apply to any product level of complexity?
I haven't come across something where it didn't. So maybe it does, but
okay, because sometimes when the product is very complex to be implemented, it can get you confused with the many streams that the business model canvas have.
Yeah, I know the struggle with that. Yeah, so but what in my perspective, or from my perspective, what it helps us to do is focus. So we choose one path that we want to prioritize, and there might be 1,000 options out there to make that better, or just do a slight variation of it. Yeah, but for me, it's just a matter of priorities. So if we can focus on that case, then I'm good.
Correct. Thank you.
More questions, guys? I think this is it. Thank you very much, Sebastian, for your talk. Wonderful talk. And this is the end of our section. Actually, we are a bit earlier, but I think this is even better, so we have more chances to grab something if there is anything there. Thank you very much for joining. See you in Nexus, probably. I'm joking. Bye.
We'll have people with microphones that will come to you for you to ask questions so that everybody can hear. And yeah, I think soon we can start. Okay, I think we can start, right? All right. So again, hello everybody. I am Christos. I'm going to be the moderator for this session. I am some few words about me. I'm a physicist, currently working as a product manager in a company that has to do with the music industry, tries to solve complex problems in the music industry. And yeah, in this session, we will have two speakers that are going to talk to us about, I guess, all the fuss at the moment. So if you watch the media, if you read the news, it's all about AI tools. It's all about ChatGPT, all large language models. So we are lucky to have speakers with us today to talk about these areas. Our first speaker is Igor from Reich. He's AI Solutions Product Manager. And he is going to talk to us about working with machines and AI tools. Let me give you your mic. That's mine.
Hi. Okay. So I want to start with a story. Let me try. Yes, here it is. So I remember myself 5 years ago when I worked at ABI. So ABI is kind of well-known company, work in the sphere of AI, document recognition, and we work with students a lot. We had a special degree in machine learning, the time at MFT Institute, and every summer we had lots of students in different areas, from analysts to engineers, of course. And I remember when I actually have really kind of bad experience working with students previously, so I wasn't really a believer of like working with students. I think that they just like eat your time and don't deliver like good value. And to be honest, I think that I wasn't alone. So what do you think? So students are usually just spending time like hanging out and having fun. Please raise your hand who think like this. Okay, not so many. I also thought that maybe they were just like theorists, so they just like reading books and know nothing about a real work environment. So who think like this? Please raise your hand. Okay, so, and last category is the thing that I actually was lucky enough to work with, is a student who work with like experienced programmers in our company, and who work like twice as much as them and deliver like 5 times more value like based on their salary than our full-time employee. And I received a message from him yesterday that after work with ABI, he worked in a startup in a parallel of having a degree in university, and then he was an internship on Facebook and then Google, and at the end he ended up working in Google and received UK Global Talent Visa in only 25 years. So he was a really junior specialist like 5 years ago, and after 5 years he achieved quite a lot. I mean, a lot more than you expected from students who just watch anime and hang out with friends like every day. And I think that we all believe that AI technologies will help us can get rid of like dirty work and remove all these like low-paying jobs, but we go wrong. And AI is here to take your job. And it can be like you or you or you. And of course, if you talk about like layoffs in IT companies, especially like Facebook and Google and Amazon, we are talking about people who are in a real danger of losing their job. So not couriers, you can always be a courier, even here in Cyprus, but if you're experienced product managers, then you should be really worried about it. And that's why I want to talk about it in more detail. So I think there is a good, like lots of memes about it, because we heard a lot about hypes about AI and NFT and blockchain and metaverse, and I mean, maybe 90% of people believe that it's another hype. And of course, there are lots of like experts that were experts in metaverse, and they're now becoming experts in AI and so on. You see there lots of time. You see people who talk about, I don't know, relocation to another country 3 months ago, and now he's expert in AI. Don't believe them. And of course, even Elon Musk wants to deliver something in AI. He's like founder of OpenAI, but he believes that maybe OpenAI is not what he wanted to achieve, and it's better to use Twitter data to maybe do something in AI sphere. And I believe that this is not hype. I believe that there is a large kind of evolution of this sphere, really similar to what we see in a book by Clayton Christensen, Disruptive Innovations. So it was a long journey for AI. And then we, for example, started, I don't know, previous year. And so, I don't know, 7 fingers and terrible like teeth when we used like Midjourney. And we saw terrible answers, for example, to multiply 2 is 5 or something like that. We were kind of, it was funny. But the problem is that they evolved. And now it achieved the level of not the experienced product manager, but kind of assistant product manager. And you can rely on it in your work every day, or you can kind of abandon it. And of course, if we talk about assistant, so I personally believe that assistants can really save lots of your time. They can do like all the dirty work, they can create lots of documents, and most creative part should be on like senior product managers and so on. And I thought that it should be human. Of course, we are in a situation when budgets are low, but I think it will be AI, it will be a software. So I will have software assistant that will work with me every day. And I think that this is the same thing that happened, I know, some time ago with the accountant sphere, and some people really didn't trust calculators, for example. I remember that time. And they didn't believe that they like do a good job. They have their like abacus, and they check calculators. And now, of course, like no one do it. I believe so. So it's better to be a bit like higher, a bit closer to the like frontier of the technology to receive better results. So I'm Igor. I'm working at Reich. I work as an AI solutions product manager. So I'm with AI for about 5 years, and of course have some product management experience previously. And of course, in Reich we work with like different data. It's not computer vision. It's not voice manually. It's like tabular data and search. And we think that 1/3 of our like backlog items, what we have for AI, can be significantly enhanced and simplified with usage of OpenAI or similar APIs. Like 1/3 of our roadmap, not everything, not 70%, but 1/3. And we can deliver value not in 1 year, but maybe in 1 month or so. So we're going to talk about like 3 things here, about working with text, about working with graphics, and working with audio. So about text, again, hype is quite high, and of course everyone tried a ChatGPT or something like that. I think they have really good interface. That's why this hype appeared. But to be honest, this model was there for quite a while. It was there for about 6 months or so. So in general, it's a really simple thing. It's just guess of what word should be next if you receive some text. So nothing really serious and no like magic, no sorcery inside. Just a simple combination of technologies, but predict what is what best word should be next if you send something inside it. And the problem is that it really helps human right now. So this is, for example, results of a recent research from, I don't remember, MIT or Stanford. There is a link there that checked different work. For example, lawyers, accountants, writers, marketing managers, and half of the group worked alone. They did task, and then someone checked how they did it. And another group work with ChatGPT. They can use it wherever they want. They can start with it, or they can ask them to share the advice or update it and so on. And the problem is that they started to work faster. This was removed, time moved from 30 minutes to 18 minutes. This is this graph. There was quite a lot of graphs in this work. They received better results, I mean, tested by specific experts, and they also have better job satisfaction. And again, the ChatGPT removed inequality between workers. So if there are senior workers and if there are junior workers, if junior workers work with ChatGPT, they work as fast and as good as senior workers. And again, this is just the beginning of this research, and I think more of them, of course, will come later this year and next year. But this is kind of science, and this was done with lots of kind of skepticism. But this is the results. And of course, if we talk about like product managers, what we usually do quite simple things. We collect all the information we have from analytics, from stakeholders, from different teams, and so on, and process different items. We process text, slides, create requirements, and so on. And of course, this is not rocket science. And this can be replaced by OpenAI or similar things specifically trained for product management work. So this is for now kind of doesn't work as good as you as a kind of senior product manager or lead product manager, but it will. And the problem, it will quite soon. And again, if you want to hire junior PM, better spend this money on something else because you already have them. And there are like several examples. There are again several things you can do in many spheres. You can again write emails to clients. You can, for example, ask them to interview. You can ask them to create customer journey map. You can ask them to create OKRs. You can do summarization of customer feedback. What we, for example, do in our company. We have like thousands of feedback, like NPS score and App Store and assistant and support, and it's not easy to process it at all. But with AI technologies, it's possible in a matter of seconds, not years. Or even it can replace you completely and generate new features for your product. So why should we still work? Again, there are lots of different like hype websites and courses and so on that promise you to become a master of OpenAI. But the problem is that there is no like secrets, and you should try. And you should definitely try different situations, different templates. But the templates what work for like many cases is like this. So you have role, you describe it as a product manager, as a marketing manager, as analyst, as a coach, or something like that. Do something like working in a company, like enterprise company in this country, and so on. Do something something meaningful for you. If you have do it as a table or as a CSV file or specific code, for example, that you can put into your analytics database. And if you still need some different format, put some example. For example, if you need to receive it in specific format, then you should put, okay, if here's an example, this should be on the left side, and this should be on the right side. So this is kind of universal construction, and I think you see lots of them in these like expensive tools on web. Just try it by yourself. And of course, you shouldn't think that ChatGPT is a solution for all your problems. It's not. Again, it helps only for 1/3 of our items, at least for now. But if you think I think you should at least try and test it and use it every day. And I promise your life will change forever. There is only one problem. If you use open AI kind of playground that is kind of open for everyone, your data is stored. Your data is stored forever on servers of OpenAI, and they're used for training purposes for next models. So if you, for example, submit a strategy of your company, and when someone in a month asked what is the strategy of your company, they maybe receive your answer. And of course, this is not what you and your company want to receive on the web. That's why option number one is that you use API. You can ask developers to create a specific website for you, or you can try a paid version of OpenAI, which costs just like $20 or something like this. Or again, try to anonymize your data. If there are customer feedback, do not use your company name, just find it and delete it, and use, for example, maybe a tricky way, use your competitor name. I'm not sure how it works, but at least you kind of make it a bit, I don't know, trickier to find the answers for your company. And of course, it works much better with English. It works cheaper, and it works, I don't know, like 20 times quicker, and with kind of more light results if you use English. And to be honest, ChatGPT works as a translator, and it works really reliable. But if you want to use, for example, your data, if you want to use like Russian, for example, translate in English, better to switch to like paid version of Google and Yandex, because they work much better, for example, for Russian and Ukraine. I know like lots of people love DeepL, but here's, for example, results of research of machine translation services, which is done by servers who actually compare them and provide interface for all of them. And they said that Google kind of outperforms DeepL in most scenarios. And if you're talking about product use, then again, you see lots of hype. Why? Because 1st of March, OpenAI announced a significant change of the terms of service. And if you use their API from 1st of March, then your data won't be stored and your data won't be there for training. So if your customers' data and so on kind of sent to OpenAI via API, they are quite safe. Of course, it's not how it kind of, there are some limitations as well. For example, for terms inside terms of service of OpenAI, they said that if there are some legal issues with generated text, it's not on OpenAI but on you. So if someone wants like your service to generate, for example, a new Harry Potter book, then it's your problem of your product, not problem of OpenAI. So you should be really you should really care about it and check how to include this like legal things into your terms of service, or ask explicit consent from a user what he has rights to actually generate this text and so on. And of course, like lots of ideas. You can check Product Hunt. Out of like 30 products each day, about 20 use OpenAI. So I don't know, lots of different things happening right now. And again, just check, and I think you'll find a way to use OpenAI inside the product. And next thing is about graphics. Again, lots of hype. And I think actually the structure and how it works, it's really magic. Because if we talk about network, for example, Stable Diffusion, which is open source, then all the information about all the visual things that was created by humanity is here in just 6 gigabytes of data. So it's like one DVD disc contains information about like everything what was created by humanity in visual form. And of course, when you, for example, see how like it was trained to understand whether this noise looks like car or I know a squirrel, and then again try to generate this image from noise, then yeah, I think it's just masterpiece. And there are of course several networks. DALI 2 from OpenAI, then Midjourney and Stable Diffusion, and they are different. They are completely different, unfortunately. So DALI 2 can work via API, so it's quite easy to use it in your environment and inside the product. Midjourney it has like paid subscription, $60 per month for enterprise clients, which is quite cheap. But there's no API, no control at all. And Stable Diffusion is free. You can install it on your computer if you have a good video card, and you can use it everywhere. The problem with networks is that you can control them. So they're not kind of stable. And actually, if something good happens in this area a month ago, I don't see hype there, and it's a shame because I think it's another really breakthrough. So you have a separate plugin, again, developed by open source public, that allow you to control what Stable Diffusion works with. So for example, you have example of image, and you implement different styles. And again, you can not just use pose, you can use lighting, you can use, I don't know, some kind of example image, you can use like just some note about how it should look like. And I think this can be a different tool. This can be just a new kind of Photoshop. So for example, you have some image, you have some map of lighting, and it creates absolutely different images that works kind of exactly how you want them to look like without your editing at all. And again, I think this will be a tool for a designer, for every designer in this year, maybe like in the next couple of months, maybe. And of course, there are several myths. And the main thing is that you shouldn't include these like secret, super high quality things in your prompt. Just be simple, just be descriptive, because it ruins the quality of your image. Again, you cannot control the like word ordering is not really matters, but you can use commands like man2 and book1, then emphasize some part of your prompt. And of course, with Midjourney, for example, you cannot generate similar images. So this is a big problem for enterprise clients, because they don't want I don't know, some random items. They want them to be in corporate standards, they want them to be with corporate colors, and so on. This is not possible with Midjourney and Stable Diffusion alone, but this can be done with control.net. And of course, just check what other guys did on Product Hunt and so on. You can use OpenAI DALL-E 2 inside your product, or you can use Stable Diffusion on your servers. But it will be not cheap, to be honest. It's quite expensive. And if you talk about audio, just quick reminders of like new things, what's happening right now. Again, I think there will be another revolution there. But what's happening right now is that, again, there is a free product, Adobe Podcast, and you can update your voice and receive really awesome results out of it, like it's recorded in studio, like really expensive studio. And Microsoft released network maybe a week ago or so, which is currently not available in Sandbox or in beta or via API, but I think it will, of course. And previously, for example, to train a network to talk like you, to kind of convert text to speech, they need, I don't know, 6 hours, maybe 10 hours, or maybe 100 hours of your voice. And of course, it's really tough task to do. And this network needs only 3 seconds of your voice to create completely non-identifiable, that is fake voice prompt. And works really reliable. Again, no way to test it, but just check. I think it will be quite soon. And of course, there are some problems. There are some things that are emerging right now. And of course, again, lots of things will change in the nearest future. Again, GPT-4 and Palm by Google, and lots of other things were released like 2 days ago, just 2 days ago. And next version will be available in half an hour or half a year, sorry, or so. But we already can use this, and you already can use it. And again, I think that this would definitely change your work every day. And I was wrong, so don't be worried about it. AI won't steal your job, so yeah, relax. But people who learn to use it will. And this is the main thing I want to put in your head. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact me. I'm here all day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was a great talk. You have questions?
Yeah, hi. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much for your speech, and it was really very interesting. You talked about generating images, speech, making speech better, and so on and so forth. But what about creating software? I mean, I'm sure that ChatGPT can create software. Could you tell a little bit more about it?
Yeah, so...
Thank you.
Yeah, so there were some legal issues, again, of working with code generation by OpenAI. I mean, some legal things which didn't allow it to work in enterprise and so on, so there were some concerns, and they still are. But to be honest, I didn't include this into presentation, but it was another research on performance of developers. I think it was done by GitHub and so on. And they received results that using this kind of code generations improve performance of developers by 5 times. So, for example, it was like 6 hours to generate some kind of code by the developer itself. It was 1 hour and like 20 minutes to generate it with usage of OpenAI. And of course, there are some corrections, some retraining and so on. But I think, yes, it will be another revolution there. There are still some legal things that still not kind of addressed. But maybe it will be done in like a month or 2. So yeah, your developers should be worried as well.
Thank you. Thanks again.
Hi, thanks. My question is, you talked about having a software assistant essentially instead of a junior PM or something like that, and using AI to do that. And I was wondering, aren't we already using software assistants to do complicated tasks, to do complicated calculations? Don't we use software to do image processing or text generation already? What is different with AI? The fact that is it the fact that it's evolving and learning and becoming better with the usage? Or other than that, tools, software-based tools that do tasks and still parts of our job already exist for some time now?
So currently, this language model are trained on like open text, so text freely available on internet, and of course, your requirements, I mean, like company requirements, documents, presentations are not there. And of course, if we talk about something specific, I don't know, some B2B SaaS in the sphere of transport logistics, then it works not reliable at all. So it will work more or less reliable for B2C startups, B2C services, because again, lots of presentations, documents, and so on there. But the good thing is what you can teach them based on your data. So, for example, you can just collect all the information you have in like Jira and Google Docs, send it as a kind of extra layer from OpenAI, and then receive answer like you receive answer from another product manager of your company. Like exactly same answers. Of course, there will be some fluctuations, but still. And of course, there will be some products that will help company to do this kind of easily. So please give us, I don't know, like your documents or just kind of folder, and they will create you, I don't know, bot that will help all your employees, all your product managers, and so on. So again, this is not what is available right now, but I think it will be available in the nearest future, maybe like this autumn, something like that, because this is a general cycle.
This one here.
Hi, thank you so much for the overview. I'm Yulia from SEMrush. So you showed great examples, and I was wondering if you could share any case from your own experience working as a product manager where you used any AI tools to solve your everyday or maybe some other big problems.
Yeah, sure. So we have several problems, to be honest. So again, there are some like technical work, which is quite easy to understand and kind of post to junior PM. For example, like generate some like document, again, some maybe like better structure of the document, or proofread text, or I know, create some kind of email and so on. So this is like everyday task. The thing that really amazed me is that we really create a good set of OKRs for our unit, and this is not, we are not a standard unit, we are like AI unit, and you saw previously that there are lots of changes, lots of the differences in this sphere, and yeah, it actually generates really good things for us. And second thing that really like amazed me is when we try to create a name of the feature, which should be kind of patented, like licensed, something similar to Copilot, but not Copilot. And there are also like several different names, of course, which are similar, and some companies use them or not. And we just created a really good set of words from AI. I choose like one of them. And no one, like in like 2 hours brainstorm, 20 people couldn't find this name. And this just one request with like 5 seconds, maybe like 15 seconds waiting, found it. So yeah, so again, lots of different things are kind of evolving right now. So maybe something works not good, but again, it will change. And of course, you will be able to use it more effectively, and you can use your data to make it better.
Thank you for the questions. Let's close the Q&A for now and save the questions for the panel discussion after the second talk. Thank you again, Igor. It was a great presentation.
Thank you.
Let's talk later again.
Thank you.
All right. Our second speaker is Roman, senior machine learning engineer from Exnes, and he's going to talk to us about what's under the hood of these big, so large language models and interfaces like ChatGPT. So here we go.
Hi everyone. Should the presentation start somehow by itself, or?
There is no AI there. We have some people there. They will
Still no AI, guys. Okay, I'll start without a presentation. My name is Roman. I'm going to tell about what is under the hood of such technologies, what is under the hood of text technologies, of chatbots technologies, not only ChatGPT. Where is this signal? I don't know. Maybe I'm pressing the wrong button. I was pressing the wrong button, I suppose, yeah.
Okay, so this two.
Yeah, thanks. I need my personal assistant to click this. Like, I need to hire ChatGPT to press the button. Yeah, well, my name is Roman. I'm a machine learning engineer. And today I'm going to talk about the chatbots, about the technologies under the hood of the chatbots, and about generative technologies. And I'm going to cover our experiments with generative technologies in natural language processing. I'm going to be a technical, but not so much, so hope everyone will find something interesting for them. Here on the slide you can see some basic question about the chatbot, but I think it's not very good style to answer these questions by one. Now any of you can just ask ChatGPT to answer all these questions. The thing I was going to say here is that usually, not usually, but basically basically have some business purpose, some business aims they cover. It's not a game. It's not like entertainment. Businesses use chatbots to cover some business tasks. Yeah, well, the previous decade was quite interesting in terms of natural language processing. It was great improvements in natural language processes technologies, from word-to-vec, fast text, some embedding techniques with transformers, announcements, and so on. And in 2020, we saw that OpenAI launched GPT-3, and it was fantastic. But also, in 2020, it was a publication about the usage of, I forgot the term, reinforcement learning, yeah, of using reinforcement learning to fine-tune big language models. And that's the thing now ChatGPT was using. They used the technology from 2020 to like fine-tune their own model to make it so good. But again, all these technologies, all the technologies ChatGPT is based on appeared like in the previous decade, yeah. Generally, there are two types of natural language processing technologies applied to chatbots. It is retrieval technologies, the situation when we retrieve some information from predefined answers or from some database, and there are generative technologies. The example of generative technologies, of course, is ChatGPT. Firstly, about the retrieval technologies. How it works. Just imagine a simple chatbot you can make with Google Dialogflow or some same technology. You make some graph of communications. For example, we are serving pizza, or we are like company that make pizza, and the user asks like, do you serve fish and chips? And the model, using some deep learning technologies or maybe some patterns, is trying to define whether this question about do you serve fish and chips is similar to the question on the right side or on the left side. And depends on, sorry, I'm covering the slide, and depends on which way is more close to this question, then we receive this answer. Just, for example, we can assume that do you serve fish and chips is much closer to the question what pizza do you have, instead of all other questions we have here. So in this case, we'll receive like predefined answer that is in our database. We can offer you two kinds of pizza, pepperoni and margherita. Not very good, but quite well. What else we can do with retrieval technologies? For example, we have squad task. It's one of natural language processing tasks when we can write any question to some context, some predefined context, and find answers to these questions in this context, if they appear there. For example, we have context about our pizza, like we can serve two kinds of pizza, pepperoni and margherita, and we have these three types of questions. Just four lines of code, and we can have answers using some open source model. We can just download it and use it without these all things with API like we have in ChatGPT. And we can have an answer, for example, for the question, what pizza do you serve? And the model finds that the answer is pepperoni and margherita from this context. We can do the same stuff and ask, what do you serve? And the answer is pizza. But if we ask again, do you serve fish and chips? The answer will be again pizza. It's better than on the previous slides, but again, it's still not very good. And that is a situation where generative technologies come to us. The same example about the pizza. We have some context. And we are trying to ask a generative model based on this context, answer the question, and give a rationale. We put our context, we can offer you two kind of pizza, blah, blah, blah. And based on this context, answer the question, do you serve fish and chips? Give a rationale. First thing I want to mention here is that we still have to find some context to put here. And to find this context, we usually use retrieval technologies. So basically, generative technologies, to be accurate, often use these old, very old retrieval technologies. And we receive the answer. No, fish and chips are not available on the menu. The answer is no. How do you think? What was the model I used here? No? ChatGPT. I hope you answered this question this way, but it was not ChatGPT. It was very light, very simple Flan T5 model that is also open to, it's open source, you can just download it. It has like 700 millions of parameters instead of billions, 100 billions ChatGPT has. But it also do pretty nice things. But how it works? Some people say that ChatGPT is machine learning magic, or I don't know, some incredible thing. It's super brain, it's artificial intelligence. But basically what it do, it just, the problem this model solves is just predicting the next word. The only thing this model do is just read all the previous context and define probabilities for all the words it knows to define what word should be next. So that's so simple. It just predicts one next word. And doing it several iterations, we receive these generative answers. But ChatGPT is not only one model we have in generative technologies. There are tons of them. It's GPT, PyLM, Llama, and so on decoder-only models. But there are also full transformer encoder plus decoder models like T5, I showed on the previous slide, like Retro, BlenderBot, and so on. But what's the difference? Just a slide about ChatGPT. I had to put it here because speaking about generative technologies without ChatGPT would be strange. Yeah, that's the story how we were trying to find the naming for this presentation. It was late evening on Monday or some day on this week, and we just asked ChatGPT how we can name this presentation. That's the way how ChatGPT helps. But again, it's not so. Okay, I'll show what I mean. Just imagine we are trying to use ChatGPT to work for our Exness support team. We were trying, for example, to put it like one of support agents to answer the question. Just a basic question: how can I withdraw if my squirrel is blocked? ChatGPT can't answer that question. Okay, we'll provide a context from our frequently asked questions. You can find the same content on our Help Exness page. If your squirrel account is blocked, please contact support and so on. We provide this context to answer. Yeah, well, ChatGPT answers, but it again acts like virtual assistant, not like a support agent we are trying to make it act like. We try to also add like, please act like support agent or role as support agent, the same answer. So it gives quite good answer, but again, it's too general and not accurate. Like it can't be understood by our client like it's our support agent is answering his question. So yeah, ChatGPT is really good, but sometimes it's not accurate enough in the style or in context. I hope all of you heard this, that in ChatGPT make tons of errors in facts and so on. But again, it's good. But it has a disadvantage. It's really huge model. You can't just download it and run it on your computer. Even if you could download it, you couldn't run it because it requires tons of resources. But are there any alternatives? Yeah, well, the models I mentioned earlier, like Retro model from DeepMind, or BlenderBot from Facebook Meta, both of these models have one, they differ from ChatGPT. ChatGPT is decoder-only model, as I mentioned before, and both of these models, Retro and BlenderBot, use encoder to encode some external content to answer the questions they receive from a client. For example, we can ask something, communicating with BlenderBot, and he will try to search for this topic you asked in the internet. Also, it is trying to remember all your previous communicating, extracting some really important information from your previous communicating with BlenderBot, trying to remember it. And after it receives your new question, BlenderBot is trying to remember all the information he knows about you, trying to connect to the internet, collect all this information, encode it with encoder, and then the output of encoder goes to the decoder where we receive our answer, the answer to our question. But ChatGPT even is not only one decoder model. We have Llama and PyLM models that are also really huge, and they overperform GPT-3 on several benchmarks. But we always say that these models are huge, they are large, and so on. Why do we need these models to be so large? The simple answer is, I found it in one research, that large models can large models can be learned on some tasks and generalize its knowledge to perform well on the tasks the model didn't train on. For example, these guys found out that somewhere between 70 billion parameters and 8 billion parameters, model is starting to perform well on the data set out of the domain model was trained on. For example, you could train the model to sell pizza, and it will do it great. But when you will try to ask this model about, I don't know, about spaceships, it will fail because it's too small. But if you train the really large model, it is probable that it will not fail so it will not make so big fail. And about the T5 I mentioned before, just an image of some image, that this model was trained on tons of tasks, like answer this question, answer those questions, translate this to this, and so on. And this model also was fine-tuned by its inventors to follow some instructions, like I showed you before, like gives the rationale to this question. And here you can see the differences between the output of model with different number of parameters. For example, large model with 700 million of parameters answers like, no, fish and chips are not available on the menu. The answer is no. And the model that had only 300 million parameters answered some strange stuff. But the final answer was no. So, yeah, I also found this very funny. Knowing all this, we came to our experiments. We were inspired by Google T5 model, by ChatGPT, by BlenderBot, by Retro, and we were trying to make our own model that can perform well in communicating with our customers. the way it works is like we have some user question, we search some possible answers in our database, we get these results of this search, put it into the encoder, and then output of encoder goes to decoder, and in the decoder we have both the user question and the generated question answer. You probably may ask why we use encoder plus decoder while ChatGPT is decoder only. Firstly, it seems to be more effective in terms of computations, but overall, all our experiments are still ongoing, so later we will share some information comparing encoder-decoder architecture with decoder only. How we created the data set? We did not hire any annotators or guys who label our data. We just took our dialogues. So no labeling at all. It's like unsupervised. It can be called as unsupervised. We just took user question, user answer, and put to the encoder some semantically similar answers from all the dialogues we have. So we were trying to train model just to follow the concept that we have some key information in the encoder, so please read it and try to generate something to answer the question based on the information you have in the encoder. Yeah, it was inspired by Retro. So guys from Retro, from DeepMind, sorry, did the same stuff, but in more clever way. Okay, without any details. So what we received. We have a question, how can I withdraw if my Skrill account is blocked? We have some context that we can easily find in our database with retrieval technologies. And the model generates answer. It acts exactly like our support agent. And the answer is accurate. You can see, like, you can provide us, sorry, I'm covering part of the screen. Sorry. So it really works good, but not, again, it's not ChatGPT, it's small model. It has only 3 million parameters. It's not even that T5 large that generated nice answer to the pizza question. One more advantage. We can easily change our information in database. For example, just imagine we change the second part of this answer to the, like, if your account is blocked, you can just withdraw, okay? Just imagine. And the model can see these changes without any retraining or everything. The model sees that something changed and generate new and correct answer. Well, coming to the reinforcement learning from human feedback. The technology ChatGPT is famous for. Firstly, I thought that reinforcement learning from human feedback is just like a scientific trick to make scientific publication of ChatGPT. But in fact, I tried this reinforcement learning from human feedback, again, technology from 2020, and it performs really great. What we can do, we can score generated answers of the model with some heuristics, with another model, or with anything. For example, we can say that we want our model to generate short answers. It's extremely hard to do just training language model, just train or fine-tuning language model in the usual way we do, like input, output, both texts. It's impossible, basically. But with reinforcement learning, we can make some rewards and fines to the model to, like, say, if you generate short answer, it's good. If you generate long answer, it's bad. And also we tried, like, let's make it less polite and make some fines for words like kindly, please, and just for fun. We did it just for fun. So we find our models for the word please. And that's the result. You remember the answer for the same question, and it was quite long. It was 2 sentences. Here we have, the fine for this model is not for the longest of the sentence, but for the number of the sentences it has. And now, after just 5 hours of PPO fine-tuning with these very simple heuristics, we receive much smaller answer, and again, it's still correct. But let's ask our small model with 3 million of parameters trained on financial support texts about pizza. You can see that it tries to follow some concept, but again, it can't generalize enough to answer the question about the pizza. Also, you can find some interesting thing that we will find in our model for the word please. And on the bottom, you can see that the model was trying to not to use the word please, because it is negative reaction for the word please. So it changed it to the well. For me, it was really funny, but okay. Yeah, that's it. As I said, we are still in the process of doing all these experiments, and we are going to show the results, because firstly, it is very promising if we can use much smaller model to cover some business needs. It's great. Okay, in terms of business, it's really great. Also, we are going to cover some of our results comparing this encoder, decoder, and other stuff. So please follow us and stay tuned, because GPT-4 is already here.
Thank you very much. First question.
Yes. Thank you. Over here. Thank you so much for your talk. Some context for my question. In human beings, when there is intelligence testing, there's a good predictor of performance, which is working memory capacity, essentially how many different variables you can operate when doing logical reasoning. And with these transformer models, we can see that ChatGPT, based on third version, for example, it performed to some extent, and it was able to solve simple riddles. But now ChatGPT, based on version 4, can solve much more complicated riddles, like maybe used to be 70 IQ points, now it's around 110. So the question is about this working memory capacity. As a professional, how do you expect this working memory capacity as an emergent property to scale further? Because we're already bumping against the limits of technology for how large these models are. Do you expect that this AI will, that this property will scale exponentially going on, and so we're just doomed, or we'll just have to wait for technology for microelectronics to develop? Thank you.
Well, thank you for your question. It's a very complicated question. About ChatGPT, firstly, for example, it can really remember a lot of things. For example, you can ask ChatGPT with some information about your company, and it will find an answer, because it can remember the web page it visited. It encapsulates all this knowledge in the weights of the model. But the same, for me, it's not a very effective way, because worlds change dynamically, and we can't retrain our model every day. So we have to have some other database of knowledge and some mechanism to search through this knowledge base. About the logical reasoning, I remember I tested GPT-3 when it was launched, and it fails some tests. But again, I started with that chatbots are trying to do some business, and solving logical tasks. Seriously, it's not the aim. We created chat. We still can't create artificial intelligence. Okay, we can create assistants. We can make a virtual assistant. It might be really clever, but again, it's only assistant. Still, about GPT-4, I would like to answer your question, but I don't know anything about GPT-4, because they did not publish any of their research, so we even don't know how they put all these 32,000 of tokens into the transformers. How many trees in Amazonka did they burn to launch it? I don't know. Still waiting. If you know something, please share. I hope I answered your question.
Hi, my name is Sergey. I would like to ask you about I have two questions. First, about decoder and encoder. Can you please explain in simple words what is it, how it works, and what it's for?
Yeah, well, in simple words, encoder, hope you heard about the BERT model, model for text classification and so on. It's only encoder model. What this model usually does, it's just read some text and make representation for all this text. Like we input some sentence and output some representation of this sentence. While the decoder have some token in the beginning and trying to predict next word. So generative part is decoder because it is predicting next word. And the encoder part is trying to encode knowledge to put it to the decoder.
Yeah, got it. Thank you. It's really simple. I'm a bit stupid in this, so yeah. And the second question is about parameters. The same, simple words. Can you explain what's the difference between 0.3, 0.7? What is parameters? What does it mean?
Again, in simple words, right?
Yes, 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 please.
Imagine linear regression.
Simple words, yes. But I understand.
Yeah, in linear regression, you have these beta 0, beta 1, and so on, trainable parameters, or analytically finding parameters. You're trying to make some function to find these parameters to get this predicting power when you are building linear regression. For example, in linear regression, you have beta 0, beta 1, and beta 3. It's 3 parameters. But in neural network like ChatGPT, you have hundreds of billions of these betas, something like this.
Thank you again. Thank you also for answering questions that are out of the context strictly of this presentation. Thank you for the questions. I think we can start the panel discussion. Give us some seconds to put the chairs here, and let's continue.
And follow me on Medium. Interesting format.
Yeah. All right, now it's your time to ask all the questions you wanted to ask. Maybe not so much linear regression.
We have logistic regression.
Logistic now. Yeah.
So let's suppose I'm not a mathematician, so I'm not very good with all these things like linear algebra and so on, approximation things and so on. But I have a small kind of knowledge how to run scripts. Yeah, I could download script, run script, and it probably could work if it doesn't fail at the start. So let's suppose I'm interested in all this magic or technology, which is kind of the same if you don't kind of in the things, yeah. So I would like to start. from which thing I could start if I would like to try not just kind of going to the site to ChatGPT where I already registered, if I would like to try it on my laptop. So where should start, from which point? Thank you.
Who wants to go?
Yeah, I can answer in my way. Basically, that's the way I started machine learning. I didn't know any, okay, I knew something, but I didn't know some deep mathematics and so on. I was programmer, first of all. In my opinion, the way you can start is to find some pet project you're interested in. It's not some courses, it's not university, no offense. It's not even maybe job as a junior developer. In my opinion, you have to find some pet project. Then you have to visit huggingface.com. There are tons of stable diffusion models, natural language processing models that are very easy to download and inference. And you have laptop, yeah, you can run some of them. Really, for all the model that are less than 1 billion of parameters, you can use your laptop. And the model that are much bigger than 1 billion of parameters are not available in open source, so it's okay.
Yeah, so I can explain product management way. So again, my first reaction was to ask you to Google it or search GitHub, because again, if it's in open source, then lots of people actually solving similar questions and they providing extra tools that can easily find, and you can find instructions like how to set it up, how to fine tune it, and so on, and it's available. So yeah, so try, for example, using, again, Hugging Face is really good collection. It's like one of the best. They try to collect everything what's happening in open source about AI, so you can check this, and they have also instructions, manuals, and some like extra tools that can you use later. And again, Windows, I think users are more powerful here than Mac because they can you can use like NVIDIA and AMD like powerful video cards. It's not so easy on Mac. Maybe some new processors like M2 Max can run like large models and so on. But in general, if you have like good video card, then you can run again lots good amount of different models on your PC in suitable time. And I also saw some projects. Then someone tried even to distill really large models, like billions of parameters, to the model that can run on your laptop or on some like co-op environment. So again, something happens there. You can check, and probably you can find. You can start with something small and simple, like T5. Yes, it's also a good model, and we use it internally. And probably it will help you to find the answer to your questions, like from one turn. If not, then you need to go to either a larger model or to train it on your data. And again, there are lots of instructions on how to do it. So yeah, so really good kind of journey. And yeah, I think you'll find quite a lot of things there.
Yeah, if I can add something, I remember I got into machine learning a lot of years ago, and at some point I found the magic of Kaggle competitions. So if it was not about generative AI back then, but mostly about maybe linear regression and decision trees and other things. And I think Kaggle is a nice community where you can find not only nice pet projects you can play with, but also you can find notebooks that are prepared by other people. You can copy them and you can start working on them. So the databases are there. They have GPUs ready for you to use nowadays. So it's a very, very quick way to start, I would say. So these kind of competitions. And I would say that it's not necessary to download something on your machine. There are also these environments like Google Collaboratory, where you can have a notebook instance running and do almost everything there. So there are really a lot of ways. And if you Google it, you can find all of the ways and a lot of notebooks, I guess, there for you. That one, Panayota.
Hi, thanks. I'm Panayota. I'm from the Cyprus Institute. I have two questions. One is, are we there yet at the point of asking ChatGPT to go and have a look at a certain amount of documents, and by this X amount of documents, what are the limitations there? And then my second question is, what do you think will be the next breakthrough in all this?
Thank you, Maria.
So I can start because this is the task I think will be focused on kind of in the nearest future. So we have, again, we have a task management system, a work management system, and there are lots of data inside. And of course, if you need to find something, you're probably in trouble because again, there are millions of nodes and so on. So there are some attempts to work with this. First called Llama Index or something like that. As they do exactly what was discussed previously. They create a kind of index of your data, and then you try to find something. It finds more or less similar information in your index locally, and then send this piece of text to ChatGPT to find the answer in this piece of text. So for example, if you have like, I don't know, just like 20-page document, then for each paragraph you have a separate index. Then you ask for, I don't know, maybe how many vacation days I have. It finds the paragraph with this information, send it to ChatGPT, ask him to answer this question based on this context, and then you receive answer. But this is happening kind of on background. You don't know like the structure, but this is easy way to not fine-tune, to spend like hours on tuning it on your data, have always a reliable source of information which is updated, and it works, again, naturally in many environments. You can use Notion, you can use Jira, Confluence, and so on, as a source of this data and work in a way that you never worked before. I mean, receiving really good answers. It wasn't possible previously. And the second option is, of course, is fine-tune GPT-3 based on your data. Again, I think they told about, I don't know, maybe 1,000 lines of text to make it much better. Some scientists say like even 100 lines of text is enough for a model. And again, then you can retrieve answer from your kind of personalized model, and it will be much, much better than general answering based on, again, over internet and so on. So these two options are currently available. There are some kind of variants of these options, and yeah, I think there will be more and more tools to make it quite simple for every company. Again, just give us the zip archive or link, and then we do everything by ourselves, something like that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Roman. You want to
Yeah, may I add something? I want to just say some words about the second question about what will be next. For me, ChatGPT is not rocket science. It's really innovative product, but it's not rocket science. Stable diffusion, on the other hand, is rocket science, because they did a new approach to generate images, and maybe some of you remember that firstly, Stable Diffusion was big model, and then guys were trying to make it smaller, 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 and smaller, and it ends with really tiny model that is still effective. And in my opinion, all next steps in artificial intelligence will be in the field of optimization, because some years ago, some scientists said that we were trying to build bigger and bigger and bigger model to make it possible of some generalization, but we didn't try to make some specific data set. Now with ChatGPT you see that it's still a huge model, but they did enormous work with data set, with data on which this model is trained. So the only way of effective artificial intelligence, in my opinion, is resource optimization with similar accuracy metrics, of course.
Thank you again. That is a question. I think I don't know. Probably it's here, then there, then back there.
Okay. I want to. Work. I have two questions. These questions very similar with the previous questions, and I would like to ask you to create some image of the not nearest future, 5-10 years. Because you said this is not rocket science, this is just prediction of the next world, all about this. But if you just imagine the nearest 5-10 years future, how it looks like in your heads. And the second question, how far are we from the strong AI? Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants to go
I
first?
can answer the first question, but I need some help on the second. Again, in my opinion, the previous decade was the decade of natural language processing. Now we can see that it's supposed to be the decade of multimodal artificial intelligence. Models where we combine text, audio, images, and so on. So I suppose that in the nearest future, like 5 years, we will find a lot of optimizations, first of all, and the second, we will find a lot of multimodal models with films generation and so on. About the optimization, it's something in the back end, nobody sees it, who just use ChatGPT and so on, but there are a lot of works guys do in terms of optimization. They're creating new algorithms, like we have usually to train neural network, you have to make forward and backward step. Now there are some algorithms that tends to be much faster, like forward, and so on. So it's enormous work on optimizations that we just don't see right now.
Igor, you want to?
Yeah, so it's very tricky questions because no one could imagine this progress of large networks and stable diffusion things previously. So I don't know. So I think we definitely see good progress in automation. I mean, from automatic driving to manipulating different items on different APIs or tools, probably. I see this kind of maybe as a next step. And as for like 5-10 years, it's really hard to imagine, to be honest. So I personally think we're moving, again, closer to some kind of AI-based society and stuff like that, and more processes are based on like automations, some software, and so on. Again, I don't think it's kind of bad thing, but we should of course care about ethics of these AI solutions. And again, probably I'm not sure. Maybe like this week, I heard that someone who also like investigated this from the psychological perspective said that probably next thing is the AI-ruled country, so AI as a president. So this is again hard to imagine right now. That the author mentioned that you will test it when you kind of try automatic driving. So if you rely on some engine to drive you safely from one place to another, I mean, sometimes you see like automatic planes and so on, then you are kind of okay to maybe rely on some not so like close questions, not because of your life, but because of some, I know, economic stuff you don't really know, you don't really care about. So yeah, maybe something like this. And regarding kind of general intelligence, again, it's really hard to answer because there is no criteria. So there was some tests, and currently AI can pass it, and even can pass kind of more like better tests and so on. So I think it would be really hard to identify whether it was a robot or a human for example, even to the end of this year. And I don't know. So again, we don't know what intelligence is, so we don't understand how AI will look like. So yeah, I think it will just emerge. I mean, you will just get used to it, and yeah, you will just not understand whether you work chat with human or support agent and so on. You just work with it, live with it.
Thank you. Let's go there, and there, and then there.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I can actually join the last question discussion, and I would say that currently I think that AI, the description of a strong AI changes for everyone, because for me it can be ChatGPT, like an online helper, and for someone else it's a walking human who can answer your question, who can drive, who can cook, who can do everything. So I think it depends a lot on the description. So as for my question, by the way, I'm Yulia from SEMrush. What challenges do you see in the field of human interacting with AI? Because currently I see some people who are like, oh my God, ChatGPT can solve all the problems. Let's automate everything and implement it everywhere. And other people are like, okay, it doesn't know the facts. It still cannot replace me or someone else. And I think some people are afraid of it. Some people are too excited. And how do you see it? Maybe some examples from your experience. And how we can tackle this and implement it as smooth as possible.
Yeah, I can start because just remember the research I saw maybe half a year ago, again from some institution, again Stanford or something like that, and was GPT-3 and not hype about ChatGPT, but they still was quite reliable, and some journalists, for example, used them for their articles. There was some discussion about ethics and so on, and this university created research, some specific software that helped writers, journalists, and professional writers, I mean book writers. They included GPT-3 kind of answers to their working tool, and Word or something like that, and then they checked how often they use it, do they agree with kind of generations by AI, do they continue to use it more with more time and so on. And they realized that even skeptics, when they tried it, they don't use it kind of like 100% of the time. They rephrase it, they chose, they rephrase, they queried, but they were again more productive and more happier when they use something like this. And again, the more they use it, the more they like it, even was really kind of afraid or wasn't believer of these technologies at all. So I think the answer is that the more people just use it, like in everyday life, the more we train to use it in an effective way, and yeah, the better for them it will be, and easier for them to, I don't know, maybe they just some other changes and kind of expansions of these technologies.
Yes, ChatGPT here is a huge step because it's available to everyone, and while GPT-3 was not available for everyone and no one could use it in their everyday life, I think it's that's how they made this progress, because now everyone is talking about it even though they were super far from tech, AI or something else.
Yeah. I just wanted to add that you mentioned two types of people who are like fans and who are critics of ChatGPT. For me, both of them are a bit strange, because being critic is like being critic for dishwasher or something like this. But who are the fan of ChatGPT, it's also strange because, again, it's enormous amount of resources that are used just for your fun. That's not very good. Like you said, they want to automate everything. Well, humans are cheaper.
If I may add something here, I mean, last year we saw a race of all, big companies like Google, Facebook, Meta, OpenAI, for the next large language model, like the ones you mentioned, like Palm and Lambda and Retro and so on. And I think, at this point, like since the release of ChatGPT, I think it was a big accomplishment, not only of technology, but also of user experience, because they managed to bring it, in a tool, in a product that is easily usable by everyone. And now you see all these products or features popping up in all kind of products that you can use in your everyday life, which I think this is more amazing than the technological advancement of ChatGPT or any other of these large language models.
Thank you so much for your input.
Questions? I think we have one there.
Hi, my name is David, and Igor, by the way, thank you both for the nice talk. Igor, in your presentation, you mentioned that right now we are not there that you will lose your job to ChatGPT or any other AI, but from the slides that you showed, that I can see that ChatGPT at least can really replace graphic designers in their job. Which you can ask, I think, to generate you any logo or any UI, maybe even UX, and ChatGPT will be perfectly fine replacing these type of tasks. And we are only at GPT level 3, which I tried, and it could do these things. So do you really think that our jobs in general is not at risk because of AI? And the second question, kind of, maybe something add to the previous questions we had about the future of AI, that what you think in GPT 5 or 6, how advanced it can be, especially if we get into quantum computing power with all the technology. Can we have like super strong AI that can control almost everything and also program itself and learn more?
So regarding designers' work, it was an interesting discussion. I think in the beginning of the year we had a hackathon inside Reich, and one of our team developed some graphic designs kind of based on API that is included in our product. So in Reich we have proofing, so some designers send image and then manager approve it or give some comments, and again using OpenAI we can actually update the image based on these comments, so designer is not needed at that stage. And of course it's not reliable right now. Again, main problem is that you cannot control it. So again, the images for presentations are one thing and they're nice, like they actually Midjourney, for example, make it more like fun to create it and so on. But if you talk about professional designers, motion designers, like animators and so on, there are still no control, no like good tools for them to include it into their like workflow, their pipeline of work. They are emerging. Again, ControlNet is a good example. And I even read an article maybe like 2 days ago. Then a professional designer, artist, he used his laptop to download Stable Diffusion, train it on his work, and then he generated like 100 of images in like hour or something like that, really similar to his style. So, and he was really amazed. And he said, well, okay, I have like neural network based on my previous works or based on, impressionists on this, I can generate everything like in seconds. And I use it with Photoshop, of course, or with like Blender if it's 3D designers, so, or with other tools. So this is just a normal tool. And again, I think designers are also kind of afraid because they saw it. But currently, of course, you need a designer still. So again, nice pictures, okay. But if you need stable quality, you need the guidelines, you need, for example, to paint a book or a set of comics, you still need designers, and they still need to be really high quality designers to use it with their kind of normal tools. And if we talk about, again, kind of future and next GPT, blah, 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 again, I think there's no parameter what we can now count on. So previously was the amount of parameters, and we can see that it can be much, much better. I think now it's about optimizations, again, as was mentioned previously, so it will be more reliable in answers, more I know, updatable maybe. And I think it will be more, so when next version will be again more kind of high quality and more trustable. So now you can trust it. I think next version will be quite similar in like data and structure, but there will be more, I don't know, human-like argument in something like that. And yeah, I don't think there should be another hype there, but since it's open source and since companies like Facebook and Google and even IBM and so on are in this sphere, and they want to be kind of in this like first like train and grab money from users for their advanced AI. Of course, lots of resources will be invested, and again, I think this year we'll see lots of good things happening in the sphere of AI.
Thank you. Something? No. Is it related to this question? Okay, go on, and then we have this one here.
I wondered about stable results. You mentioned that, and I played with Midjourney, so it's produced the images. They're totally fine sometimes, but the problem is it's output seed, and I don't understand how I could use the same seed to produce something like I want this very image, but with another background, or I want where is this character you already made for me. It's totally fine, but let wear it in some other gears or something like that. So I could reproduce it with some minor changes, and I don't understand how to do that, even if the seed is provided. The second is on the slides there were control net mentioned, but I'm not understand whether it's open source or not, or it's only proprietary. So how could I achieve myself this reproduction stable in terms? Okay, it's already okay in quality, but I just would like to make some variables. How to achieve that?
Yeah, so I think Midjourney is now a bit behind from professional usage, because they have no API, you cannot control them, and of course there are some I know, leaks about Midjourney version 5 or something like that, that will work much better with faces, with fingers. So I hope you won't be able to see like 7 fingers from people and so on. But there is still no API and no control. And again, I think it will be used for, again, maybe like some random images to illustrate some article, to illustrate some presentation and so on. But professional designers will choose Stable Diffusion or similar things because, again, it's open source and expanding rapidly. And this control net is just like a work of one person who tried to put some kind of input to several layers of this network. So what you need to do is you download the Stable Diffusion on your laptop, and then download this open source control net, and then you receive I don't know, settings panel, and you can put image, create a set of parameters, upload another image, put as an example, for example, or set that understand pose, for example, of this image, and then change the position of the hand or something like that. Or if you have some reference image with background and then you change it a bit, then the result image will also change. So it works, again, with many, many different parameters. There is a plugin for Photoshop, there's a plugin for Blender and other 3D tools. This can work inside your environment. And again, you have some layer in Photoshop, you ask, you put it, and then you change something like position or lighting, and then you can work again in a normal tool.
Okay, thank you.
I think first, Roman. Roman wants to add something, and then we go here, and then there. Okay, sorry.
About the...
I think we have to close it a bit. Go, Roman.
Yeah, about the control net, you can also download it from Hugging Face. There is an instruction there, it's quite easy. And about the topic that designers use Stable Diffusion instead of Midjourney, in this field, everything changed so fast. So it will be not a surprise if tomorrow Midjourney will launch some feature and everyone will go to Midjourney again.
Let me give you a microphone.
Nice to have here so many experienced people in ChatGPT and Stable Diffusion. My question is about ChatGPT, and Roman and Igor, you have many things tried, and how do you think it's possible to make it not answering but making questions, like the initiator? I'm thinking about making some of a best friend like this. Do you think it's possible, and where would you start?
You mean to train it to ask some question instead of answering?
Yeah, to have a context and not to be so stupid
Yeah, actually, we did such stuff several years ago with this, for example, T5 or GPT-2 models in Skyeng. We were trying to create AI teacher who was asking students about some things and correcting its mistakes. So yeah, of course, if you have data set, you can easily train a model that is trying to ask some questions. The only problem here is to create this data set.
But do you think it's a current model of GPT is enough, or you should make another one? What would you do?
It can ask you a question. You can ask ChatGPT to ask your question.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Well, to be honest, I asked ChatGPT 2 hours ago to create some questions for me for this panel. I haven't asked anything because you're asking so many questions. That's great, but yeah, it's all to how to create the prompt, and then yeah. I think there, and then Pan is here.
Hello, my name is Chrysis. Thank you for the presentation. I want to start a career in AI. I study psychology, and for the past 6 months I've been learning Python, and now I started a book on machine learning. I'm still in very early beginning. So my first question is, I have 2 questions. The first question is, what is the best way if I go through self-learning, because I have the option for masters, that I don't find it very attractive, so I'm going with self-learning because it's more flexible, it's more fun, we have Kaggle, etc. And if I go with the first option, at some point I think I will need to make an internship. So my first question is, what is the minimum qualifications that I will need to apply for an internship? And the second question is, being self-taught lacks one of the good things that the university offers is the social interaction, which being self-taught lacks. And in Cyprus, I find it hard to find other like-minded people. So my second question is there an active AI community I'm unaware of? Okay, I mean, yes, of course. Yeah, I mean, are you going to give more talks in the future, and where do you find you?
Go on, Ron.
Yeah, just a few words. Here you can find Sophia, who is our something like HR today. We have internship in Exness. So that's the first thing. Also, she's running Cyprus data communities. So again, you can ask her, and she will join you to data AI communities on Cyprus. That's a girl.
Yeah, I can add that yes, there are communities. Unfortunately, from my opinion, too many of them are in Russian because of course Russian kind of school is kind of really good, and there was also quite a good communities previously on Slack, and some of them moved to other places and Telegram and so on. So I think there will be more international things emerging, and they're happening right now. And regarding qualifications, I think there's a good trend of kind of removing requirements to attend a university to get a job. I think it's more related to, again, amount of effort you put into some sphere and the amount of experience you personally have, again, as a researcher on your own, something like that. So, yeah, I don't think we have, for example, we remove like resumes without university degree on data science. So some of our people who work with us, they moved from mobile development or from analysts or from social sciences and so on. So again, I think the good thing is that you have, again, some competitions, you have Kaggle, and if you get some credibility there, it's enough for a company to kind of check you, and of course with some like formal checks and some interviews, you'll be able to get a job. So don't be afraid to do that.
If I may add something, we have also a nice community in Cyprus. So shameless advertising here, like PyData Cyprus, which is all about creating community for like-minded people that are interested in data science, software engineering, open source, and we're actually trying to create a cooperation with Exnes, Sofia there, to create joint meetups where we can also physically meet somewhere at the rooftop of Exnes possibly, which is really nice, and really try to strengthen the community. So I can give you details afterwards. And if I may add something on that, coming from your background, which is psychology, and I think both Igor and Roman touched on this. So I mean, we see now there is this race of language models with larger number of parameters. I think GPT-3 was like 200 billion, and GPT-4 is like 100 trillion, which is like 1,000 times more. And there is a lot of, there is a lot of research as well that's saying that it's not, of course, all about increasing the number of parameters, making them bigger, but somehow making them more clever in different ways, like the retro that model that Roman presented, which is also about retrieving actual information from actual, databases, let's say. But also, I think there is a lot of effort in the community, in the research community right now, to build more clever algorithms to embed them in these deep learning models, like cognitive models, which are really important in creating the next breakthrough in these large language models. I don't know if you agree. You can also comment on that, but I think it's also really nice that you have this background, so it can actually help you a lot. I saw some hands. I think first, Pani, do you have a question?
Hi, Panis, I'm a journalist. I want your opinion about ChatGPT 4, and also what is the main difference from 3 or others, and where do you see this going in the next, at least, let's say not 5 years, let's say next 2 years?
Predictions.
Okay, so I can start with nothing really kind of known here, and it was released like 2 days ago, and the research paper they released contains kind of zero information about the structure. Really good examples. I mean, some images with memes were identified, so AI can understand humor. It's funny. And was a really good video. Then some author created an image of a draft of the website in his notebook, and then sent it to GPT-4, and then received the website structure with HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. So it's really amazing. But again, there is no clear information of how it works. No kind of test results because it's not available via API. There are only some claims from OpenAI and some early enthusiasts that it works better on some, like human-related tasks or tests. It works more natural. It creates more again creative things. It gives less strong answers, and in general, it works again more strict to something like that. So it wasn't like fantasies, some kind of strict things, more like human, like educated human, university student or professional, how he or she will answer it. So they do not work on, again, making it larger or speaking about, I don't know, like some fantasies, but think they try to be more like human and be more reliable. And I think it will be, again, the next stage. So it will be, again, more high quality, it will be more like a human being. And again, in the end, the more and more you will trust it in your everyday life. So yeah, I think it will move into this direction.
You want to add?
Yeah, just we didn't see any papers yet, but it seems to be multimodal, this model. And I suppose in the nearest future, again, as I said, we will find a lot more multimodal models that we have now.
I propose to go offline. Maybe the speakers can stay for a couple of more minutes and let the others go for a break. So if you want to ask more questions, maybe come here and yeah,
follow us on Medium.
Follow us on Medium. Follow them on Medium. And yeah, let's give another round of applause to the speakers. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.